Okay, we're back in session, continuation of Homeland Security. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe we were through with 1102 Community Assistance Program NFIP. Moving on to Unit 1103 Flood Mitigation. This unit is just a placeholder should we have any federal funding that comes in with regard to this type of grant. This is a really specific grant that is nationally competitive, and it is for flood mitigation on properties that fall within a special flood zone. So there's a chance that we could have this type of project coming up in the future. The application period is open right now, but I don't believe we have any applications from the local jurisdictions. However, we would like to maintain the spending authority should we get that information. That's a completely 100% federal flow through.
Okay, next page.
Okay. Page 56, 1104, is actually the Hazardous Materials Emergency Planning Grant. Part of this fund helps us support the State Emergency Response Commission, and some of this fund also goes through to the local jurisdictions who apply for money. This funds things like commodity flow studies and other hazardous material related activities at the local level. And it is an 80-20 split. We do, for the small portion that we keep back for administrative functions for the State Emergency Response Commission, have a small amount of funding in there. It's an 80-20 split, federal and local, or federal and state and local.
Okay.
Page 58 is Unit 1105, the Waste Isolation Plant. This program is funded by the transuranic wastes that go to travel across our state to the waste isolation plant in New Mexico. So we're paid a fee to do training as well as provide detection equipment for nuclear materials. Once again, it's nuclear waste that's passing through our state. This funds that training program as well as one FTE.
All federal funds, right?
Mr. Chairman?
All federal funds.
Yes, sir. All federal funds.
Okay.
Page 60 is Unit 1106. This is our disaster contingency fund. All of our federal grants are for preparedness and mitigation. None of them are for response. So in order to pay for the activities of our 8 regional emergency response teams, that's actually 1110, excuse me. This 1106 is for us to pay for supporting local jurisdictions in times of emergency and disaster. A very recent example is the seismic study that was done in Goshen County looking at the cause of, or possible causes of the collapse of the irrigation canal. That was done by the University of Wyoming. There was a cost involved, and that fund actually paid the University of Wyoming to do that.
Please go ahead.
Director Budd, it indicates here that it's after their local resources have been exhausted. How do you determine that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, the process is the declaration process. So when a local jurisdiction feels as though they have run out of resources or don't have the appropriate resources to deal with the situation that they are in, they declare an emergency or a disaster at the local level through either their town or their county, and then that opens up our ability to then support them.
Thank you.
And then with regards to the Gov's rec on this, it says denied except for unobligated funds. How much unobligated funds do you have?
We currently have a balance of Mr. Chairman, we currently have a balance of $456,743. We are requesting that that be rolled over so that that's not reverted. Normally this is used as a supplemental budget request. If we use up this funding, say this spring, we have a lot of flooding and we provide a lot of support to local jurisdictions, then we would come to you and ask you to essentially refill that fund.
And so to roll it over, does that take budgetary action? What's necessary?
We don't have it right here.
Mr. Chairman, we would appreciate a footnote in this agency to carry forward those funds.
All right, Don, would you just note that? Thank you. All right, proceed.
Okay. The next one is Fund 1107. This is one of the special funds that we manage and administer. This is the Search and Rescue Fund. The funding for this fund comes from fees paid for fishing licenses, or ATV licenses, things like that. The Search and Rescue Council is defined in statute, and we're defined as the administrative agent. They actually make the reimbursements to the local jurisdiction, or the decisions for the reimbursements for searches held in different counties, and they submit that to the council for reimbursement.
So I don't see the co-chairman here. Could you find someone, have the search and rescue go out and figure out where he's at?
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, we'd actually have to call the sheriff in for that, but, you know. Just as a side note, the budget for this is not the entire fund. You can see that we have a budget of $619,310. The current balance in the fund is approximately $1.5 million, but the rules designate that $400,000 must be kept in the fund, that they can't go any lower than $400,000. So
Whose rule is that?
that's the Search and Rescue Council's rule.
So could you, when you do this again, could you provide us the full balance as part of, just so we have it?
Yes, sir.
It's just something, it's just useful information.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman,
Senator Kinski.
thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. So I'm trying to follow along. Your current balance is 1.5 million. The appropriation is for another 600,000. Do you end up at 1.5 after you get the 619?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, the $619,000 is spending authority only. We're not asking for any funding. That is an average amount that we've spent in reimbursements over the last few years. That's why we come up with that number. It also corresponds to an approximate balance after you set aside the $400,000.
And I presume the $400,000 balance is just for emergencies, just so they've got it there all the time. So, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Director Budde. Excuse me, I was just curious a little bit on the 7,000 for, is that communication and then advertising, or let's see, no, that would be 7,000 for the advertising and promotion, I believe, and the travel in-state. If you could just elaborate on what type of advertising they're doing in there.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that would be advertising the meetings of the Search and Rescue Council, as well as paying the cost for that council to attend their meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. We'll move on to,
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Summer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So on page 64, could you just briefly go through that whole fund? So when I look at that, it's the balance you're estimating in 25, 21, 22, going up to 2 million in the ending balance, 23, 24, and you've kind of went out there a ways. So can you talk a little bit about, why this appears to be building? And do we just don't have enough need there? I guess that's a question.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, the costs or the expenditures for this unit are fairly unknown. You have one search that happens over a 4 or 5 period day with a helicopter from the Guard, which costs about $15,000 a day. You could end up with a $200,000 or $300,000 cost for reimbursement to a county for that particular search. So it's pretty tough to estimate how much money we're going to be spending. The 619 that we have in there is kind of a high average as far as spending authority is concerned. So this fund also covers training for search and rescue teams, and so that's another area where we can support locally and utilize that funding.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to follow up. So I'm struggling on the expenditure side there. You have 1920 was 300 and I assume 1920 was 350,000, even though that's not printed correctly. It's missing a zero, and then.
Nope.
And then 21-22, 350,000, as opposed to the expenditure that you're showing of 619. So could you just tell me how all of that mends together?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, again, estimated information on past expenditures. One change that will be happening as well that could affect these numbers is the council has recently voted to change their rules to allow for reimbursements twice a year instead of just once a year. So that may change the amount, it may not, but.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming now that I'm looking at on 66 that we're actually looking at two different special revenue funds. Is that right? There's two different numbers there? If you look at 5024 and 5040, is that two different
Yeah.
special revenue funds? And so maybe that 350,000 is the expected expenditure out of one fund, whereas there could be an expenditure out of the other fund. But anyway, the numbers don't all make sense to me, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, totally understand. The two different 5024 and 5040 are based on where the money's coming from. Game and Fish is the fishing license and other things, but there's also state parks that supplies funding through the licensing of their ATVs and things like that. So we do also accept donations. So it's very, very hard to estimate how much money is going to be coming in, how much money is going to be going out.
So just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, maybe offline afterwards, somebody can explain the numbers in this chart,
Okay.
but I won't take up.
So then, the question is this, it looks like that you're taking in more than you spend typically, and so things may continue to grow. And does that just create a bigger wish list from the local county search and rescue folks because there are no funds available? And do they make an application for it to, I mean, is it something that, in other words, and who's the keeper of the key, if you will? At some point, you would say, well, you can remit this back or do something else with it. Or put it, even better yet, create some type of endowment or some other thing with it. I mean, just tell me what,
Mr. Chairman?
realistically, where can we go?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to allow Deputy Director Christensen to answer that. He's actually a member on the council.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, one of the things that's changed is the use of helicopters. And recently, in the last couple of years, we've seen some extensive helicopter bills, and more of the sheriffs are finding access to helicopters. And that immediately goes through a lot of money. The other thing that has been interesting is how when the money is being used for a search, a rescue, and sometimes that evolves into a body recovery. And those quite often take quite a while before they're sorting all that out. There are some bills that we have yet to see, and one of the big ones we anticipate will be coming out of our little county to the western side of the state, just below the mother county of Teton. But they had a body recovery that took about 2 weeks. And they had people on site in that area, up in the back of the mountain they had to fly into. And so while the funds are increasing, there's been a fair amount of conversation amongst the council about more use in the backcountry and the public's expectation of quick rescues, their generosity on their donations when they buy the licenses. When a couple of years ago, this body raised it from a suggested $1 to a suggested $2 donation per license. And so the revenues have increased, the expenditures are coming up, and between the first priority being search and rescue, the second priority I think had to do with training, and then there's also an opportunity to buy equipment that the commission, with the majority members being sheriffs, are trying to figure out how to balance that so it'll go forward a long way and not break the county's budgets on some of these high dollar rescues.
Further questions? Okay, please proceed.
Okay, page 67, unit number 1110, this is the state support fund, which I almost alluded to earlier. We utilize this fund, again, as our grants do not allow us to pay for anything within response. This is a general fund account, and it is used to pay for the 8 regional emergency response teams' activations to hazmat as well as bomb incidents and the bomb dog responses. We reimburse the teams for their time and their commodities that they utilize to respond to those events in their local jurisdictions. In addition, there are expenses, just general agency expenses that are not related to grants that we have to use general funds for to pay for those things. They're not allowable under the grants.
So is are there reversions with these funds, or what happens to them?
Reversions? Are there reversions? I
I believe these are federal funds, and we set the appropriation up with the intent to seek reimbursement.
This is all general.
We're on, which unit?
1110, page 67.
67?
Page 68?
Yeah, these are general funds on page 67, sorry.
So the question is, if you don't expend them all, are there reversions?
There'll become reversions if they're not spent.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Kinski?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question, I get what the bomb team is. What exactly is the scope of the 8 regional emergency response teams? Is that related to terrorism incidents, or is it things like choppers doing specialized mountain rescue, that kind of thing?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, the majority of their activities is related to hazardous materials response, say wrecks of tractor trailers spilling diesel on a highway, they are more of a containment team in protecting waterways as well as other environmental concerns, as well as public safety. So they are a response team that's supplemental to the local level to help them with their expertise. They have special training for those things.
Mr. Chairman?
Please.
So they're housed in 8 regional centers supported by the state, and this is in addition to, like, the Sheridan Fire Department has a hazmat team, Buffalo has hazmat response. These are supplemental to that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, supplemental and/or combined with. They are not supported with state funds except for their responses. They do apply for Homeland Security funding for their equipment. The local jurisdiction decides to sponsor them, and then they are responsible for responding within that designated region in the state. So, for instance, what's the one in Gillette? It's frequently a fire district that sort of sponsors the teams, and it may be made up of volunteers as well as paid employees and others that are part of the team. And they do get certified in their statuses and get vetted every year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. 1111 is on page 69, is the new fund, our new unit that I was speaking of, that is, its sole use is to track the in-kind match that we are using to pay bills with. So it's basically just spending authority for that particular fund, and that did come, those budget dollars came out of 1101.
Questions? All right, go ahead.
Okay, page 71, Unit 1112 is the Radiological Services Program. This program is also with regard to radioactive waste movement throughout our state. This fund is funded by $200 in emergency response fees per package that cross our state. This is different than the other fund in that the WIP fund. In the WIP fund can only fund things along the I-80 corridor. This allows us to fund training as well as equipment maintenance and distribution throughout the state. For instance, the Highway Patrol all have radioactive detection equipment in their vehicles should there be a need for them to investigate that.
I picked up a hitchhiker like that once.
I believe that's all federal. Yeah, that's all federal funds, so it's just spending authority.
Okay,
Okay, and then page 74, 1113 is a flow-through account as well. That's pre-disaster mitigation. I talked about mitigation funding previously, and that will be increasing and changing a little bit. This is just a placeholder to pass through money to the local level. We do not have projects at the state level. It's just the management of those funds to the local level and support of those funds to the local level, which is a 75-25 matching fund. That grant is also competitive at the national level, and will be changing to that 6% of disaster costs that I mentioned earlier in 2021. So that will provide additional funding for local jurisdictions in our state as we move forward.
okay,
ahead.
please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Please.
Along that line, the director's been very proactive about reaching out and traveling around the state to meet with other local counties and municipalities about this one and about the new federal funding that's coming. The 25% match quite often is it's a fence they can't get over. And so we've been trying to help them come up with ways to both use local dollars, local match, local volunteer efforts, and maybe private donations to hit that match, both with this program, but especially with what's coming in the future. So we can look for ways to kind of harden our state and communities against other natural type disasters.
Mr. Chairman, I would also add to that we're looking to increase partnerships with other state agencies also to try and leverage these federal dollars as much as possible, so.
Great.
Okay.
Representative Larson.
Okay,
One second.
I'm sorry.
Director Bud, so it says that these are nationally competitive, so you have to, what makes us
Competitive.
attractive to these awarding of these types of grants?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, the quality of the project. So the idea is that we're avoiding future disaster costs. So if we can show that a project will help reduce those types of costs in the future. Also, I believe with the new funding coming in 2021, the rules are not out completely on those yet, but that funding may have a component of a designated amount that is for each state. So, and I believe PDM may as well. So there's generally a minimum amount that if we get enough projects, let's say it's $300,000. I don't know no, it's more like $3 million. Don't quote me on the numbers, but there's a designated amount that each state has the opportunity to apply for. It's not a guaranteed amount, but they try to equalize that across the nation so that rural states and states with smaller populations are not getting, overrun by larger populated states.
So follow up, Mr. Chairman, if I may, so I'm not quite getting that. So the local communities or local entities will apply because they have an idea on preventive things. And so they'll pass that on to you and then you apply for the grant. So it's there's a fair amount of time. They come up with the idea and it could be a year later before they get the funding. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, it actually can be 2 to 3 years for that to become a project. Yeah. Especially with regard to environmental assessments that often have to be done.
But if you, Mr. Chairman, if you started getting knew that you was getting some, that could be turned around faster.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, our plan and our hope is to develop a pool of projects that we have ready to go and vetted and have shown the benefit cost analysis so that we're prepared to put those in. Okay, page 77, Unit 1114, the Homeland Security Grant Program. This is our other major funding for our state office. There's some other guidelines that have to be met with this fund in particular. It is 100% federal money. We are required to pass through 80% of that money to the local jurisdiction. In addition, we must have a cybersecurity investment and we must have an investment in our fusion center. It is, this fund was particularly created after 9/11 to help supplement local jurisdictions in response to terrorism threats and to be able to be prepared to respond to those.
So I'm curious, on your cybersecurity component of it, is that something that we could use in some of our obligations through, for cybersecurity, say for Supreme Courts or for school districts or for state government?
Mr.
And
Chairman?
how do we know where it goes?
Mr. Chairman, when we apply for the funding, we have to define a project and ask, so that that project gets approved. This past year, in 2019, we actually funded some software for training for response for ETS. So that comes out of that 20% at the state level. We would prefer to, in a lot of ways, to use the 80% that goes through to the local level. We did have one local, I believe it was a school district, that had a project that they applied for software funding, I believe it was as well. So I think it's a place where we have room for development in creating those projects and encouraging people to look at those. In addition, with regard to cybersecurity, we did set aside in 2018 $250,000 of our pass-through money to support local election security. And that's not been applied for yet. We've been working with the Secretary of State and placing that information with local jurisdictions, local clerks, to say, if you have an evaluation of your cybersecurity and you find that you have a gap, then they can apply for that funding. Not been highly successful yet, but we've also helped coordinate the Department of Homeland Security doing physical security assessments of election equipment, so, which is free, actually, so.
Representative Summers.
Chairman, thank you. So would it be, and you mentioned school districts, so would it be possible, obviously, we help fund school safety and security. So it seems like we could spread our dollars a bit if your dollars are available for the same things that our dollars are available for. So is there a possibility that we could intermesh these programs a bit to get more out of less?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, absolutely. The applications have to come from the local level, from the school districts. And, you know, that we can certainly work with them to make sure that we have that. However, I would let you know that in 2019, we had requests for $13 million for the $3 million that we have.
So, Mr. Chairman, I believe that was one of the funding sources we heard last year, is that they had that grant application and they was pretty confident they was just going to get repeated funding for about 3 years. And was that on the college or it was on, I can't remember, but I think that the education people had been talking.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, we did have a conversation with the Community College Commission and have been working with them on developing applications for the community colleges. We are encouraging them, as well as other entities, to look at long-term plans where, okay, look at a 5-year plan and say that we want to fund, for instance, in the community college arena, we know that this school in particular needs security cameras, and that's the highest need right now. So we're asking them to look across their system and define the highest need and prioritize those, because we don't have that much money in 1 year. We have to really try and spread that across the state, if you will.
Okay.
Okay. Also, in this unit, we do have an exception request that, once again, requires no funding. In our fine-tooth combing of our budget, we found that there was one position that was identified as a part-time position, and it has been funded as a full-time position through this grant for several years. I believe it to be just a clerical error left over from previous budgets. So we are asking the change of that position move from a part-time position to a full-time position, as that is more accurately reflects the current funding.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just quickly, you mentioned before $3 million, but I'm looking at a $14 million federal grant and $12 million worth of 600 series. So why is only $3 million? I thought, maybe I misunderstood you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, that represents the 80% that we passed through. It was a very rough figure. That was in 2018. It was about $3 million. So the full grant is about $4 million, somewhere in that neighborhood. And that's an annual grant that we apply for annually, and Congress funds annually. So it's not a guarantee of the money being there at all. But the 80% that we have to pass through is the applications that can be done at the local level. So 80% of whatever we get would be the figure that would be available locally.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, follow up, so go to page 79 and look at your 600 series. It's $12 million worth of grants. It's not 3 million or 6 million, it's 12 million. And so I'm struggling to understand why you only have that much available when it says something else.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I believe that number reflects an average over previous years. We don't know the amount of federal funding that we'll get until next September for the current grant year. So the grant notice of funding opportunity comes out approximately February, March. We make application for the funding and then do not get our final funding amount until September.
So I think partly what he's,
Yeah.
part of the confusion is, what you're talking about, the 3 million is you're separating the pass-through from what you then have applications for. Would that be fair?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to understand, give me an accounting of that, because it shows in 17, 18, 14 million, this is on page 77, 19, 20, 14 million, 21, 22, 14 million, which is reflected in your budget. And so just what do you use the $12 million in grants for? So I would be interested to know. And how much are you, I'll look to, are you about to revert a bunch? Or you got a lot sitting in that pot?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, that would revert back to the federal level, and if we didn't expend it. The grant is a 3-year grant, so we do have, there's overlap as well. So right at this moment, we have 3 grants open. So so I imagine that's part of why it shows up a little bit higher than the average annual funding, but we can certainly get you an accounting of that.
Okay, proceed.
I believe that actually is the end of our presentation.
All right, any further questions for the director? Seeing none. Class is out. Thank you much.
Thank you.
All right, Secretary of State's up next, so let's usher him in.
One down, folks.
Hey, welcome back. All righty. Thanks for coming.
rebuild that today and it won't last.
We're live across the state of Wyoming. We get started. Mr. Secretary of State, Ed, welcome. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, Ed Buchanan, Secretary of State. Today with me, I'd like to introduce my deputy, Ms. Karen Wheeler, and I also have some staff with us today, Mr. Micah Baffey, Carly Walter, Kendra Herrera, and Andrea Byrne. I'd like to start with just a little opening on page 3 of our budget, you can see there that our total exception request is $465,089. And I'll get into some more detail about how that breaks down as we go forward. Speaking on page 4 a little bit to what I call the budget narrative, including the state of the agency and performance measures, I think page 4 describes quite well our office's mission. I might add that my own personal version of our mission, as I describe it, across all divisions is more pragmatically described as 100% customer service 100% of the time. We are a state agency that I believe is business-like in nature because our citizens are our customers, and not just in the taxpayer sense, but truly in the context of a product that they desire, a product that we deliver in a reliable and timely manner. So whether it be voters or business owners, securities brokers, consumers, or anything in between, I see our mission as delivering a product to the customer. And like any good business, we charge reasonable and competitive fees for that great customer service. On page 4 at the bottom there, you can see the 5 divisions that comprise the Secretary of State's office. And as you look through pages 5, 6, and 7, you can see that our duties, if you will, are largely statutorily driven. Currently, we have 2 major projects on the horizon. One is long-term, one is near-term. The long-term goal is really to find improvements to the business division through various means, including online capability for every customer service application. For example, Senator Kensky being able to file business entity amendments online. That's something that we don't currently offer that would be very helpful. Also creating what we call a one-stop shop experience for our customer base to streamline the effort that is required to start a business in the state of Wyoming. I know there's been talk across several agencies with regard to that. I've had discussions with the governor. I know the Department of Workforce Services and the Business Council are also very interested in collaborating across our state government to figure out a way to do that.
Yeah, and Mr. Secretary of State, in that regard too, one of the things I think is really helpful is it used to be a very hard and fast rule if you failed to timely file your annual report. And in fact, you could have your corporation dissolved. And now you've got leeway, you send out notifications to people that just simply forget, and that's a big plus. Because it doesn't, to dissolve a corporation, there's all kinds of ramifications, my goodness, tax-wise and everything else, so that's really been helpful.
Thank you.
And what is the timing on that? Do you send out one 30 days before? What is that? Help me out a little bit on the timing of that.
Mr. Chairman, Karen Wheeler, Deputy Secretary of State. There are 3 email notifications, 60 days, 30 days, and 10 days before that your annual report is due. And then if you are delinquent, we do send a letter notifying you that you are delinquent and you could be dissolved.
And then if it is dissolved, there's a reinstatement provision as well that you can go back and you don't give up any of your rights, titles, or privileges as a standing or sitting C Corp or S Corp or an LLC as far as that goes. Is that not correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. There's a 2-year reinstatement period. It also holds your name so that during that 2-year period, no one else can come in and take your name.
Thank you. Continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In developing the one-stop model, that process is really in its infancy, but in developing it, we're trying to identify best practices from other states and really what services can be offered with the technology we have now and how we can expand those services in the future. I mentioned just a moment ago that we also had some near-term goals, one of which we're in the middle of right now, and we put out some RFPs to replace our aging voting equipment. You as legislators and the legislature as a whole were very gracious in providing money so that we can do that. In addition to that, we are implementing a physical and cybersecurity protocol for our county clerks. We've been very active in doing that, utilizing our relationship with the Department of Homeland Security, both the state and federal level to ensure that counties have the tools they need to do what we want them to do when it comes to an ever-changing cyber security environment.
And Ed, on that RFP, do you generate that in-house and solicit everything by yourself, or do you go through A&I? You all do it within the Secretary of State's office?
We did it with largely in-house, Mr. Chairman. And we did consult with A&I because it's not something that we do on a as regular basis. So we worked in concert, but it was largely done in-house.
And so then you'll enter the contractual agreements to purchase the machines or whatever you do through the SOS, right? You'll do that directly.
That's correct.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, if you could, Secretary, just give an update on the purchasing equipment, the funds, the 8 million, I forget what the numbers are, the additional funds we received, how far we think that will go, if we expect other revenues to supplement it over time. Just kind of paint us a big picture of it, if you can.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you'll recall, you gave us $7.5 million in the last session. We also received some leftover HAVA funds totaling $3 million. So you've got 2.5 there. That's important to note. Out of that $3 million, we're using part of that to implement some cybersecurity grants to the counties. We've gone out to audit, if you will, through the Department of Homeland Security, their physical and cybersecurity weaknesses, try to identify those, and then we've developed a grant program to try and help the counties implement some of those programs. So we will use part of that $3 million that came back from leftover HAVA funds for that. And then you might recall, Mr. Chairman, Section 329 from the Budget Bill of 2018, our annual report fees above $13.8 million go to a special account in the auditor's office that I think since it's only good for the biennium, it caps at $500,000 a year, so another $1 million would come from that if the math is correct on that. So that's the money side of things. Where we are with it is we've got the RFP out. We reworked that a little bit just to make it fit better for Wyoming and economies of scale. And just this last week, we received some responses on the RFP. I believe we have 3 vendors that responded to that, and we're going through those to see which ones are really the best fit. My goal for this is to have that rolled out this year. There was a little bit of a delay because the Election Assistance Commission was not fully staffed for quite some time over the last couple of years, and that is the entity at the federal level that really tells you what standards your equipment has to meet. And so they had not even come out and agreed upon the latest standard. And at the time we were first talking to you as the legislators about funding new election equipment. And so I really wanted to drill down on that and make sure that if we spent $7 to $8 million on voting equipment, that we would not have to turn around and buy something new, software upgrades, hardware upgrades, to meet what we know is going to be the next standard under the Election Assistance Commission. And as of right now, my best answer to you is that we have been assured through the RFP process and the vendors that their equipment that they sell us will not only meet the latest standards, but contractually what I will require is that they provide for free any extra software or hardware updates to upgrade the equipment we buy to any change in the standards, if you follow me there. And so we're right in the middle of the process. The timeline, Mr. Chairman, in the RFP was May 1st. I wasn't sure that I would get any vendors that could meet that obligation or meet that requirement in the RFP, but I didn't want to leave our clerks kind of in a lurch right before a primary because you have ballot coding, you have training on how to use the machines. And so we're hopeful to have something in place by May 1st. that will give the clerks plenty of time to implement everything they need to conduct.
So is this is it a statewide rollout, or you do a test rollout to see what's?
It's a statewide rollout, Mr. Chairman.
Here you go. That'll be interesting. Representative
Go
Summers.
ahead.
Mr. Chairman, as I glance at your 900 series, there's a $750,000 spend on hosting on operational support for statewide voter registration. I would, just kind of this whole election thing, just spinning that in is, how is that rolling into what you're trying to get done?
And Representative Summers and Mr. Chairman, what page were you?
It's in your 900 series, so it's not in your budget, it's in your supplemental information. It's unit 0100101, and it's $746,749 for hosting and operational support for statewide voter registration and election management system. So I'm assuming it's a fairly big system, and I'm curious what you're trying to accomplish there, and because it's part of this whole scheme, I'm sure, of the next election.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers. That is, and as you look at that particular entry, that is the contract we have with Erican. And as a matter of fact, that segues nicely into one of the exception requests. So that system is our maintenance and hosting of our statewide voter registration system that is federally required under the Help America Vote Act. And so what that is, and I can get into more detail in a moment, but what that is it's obviously a very secure system. It contains a lot of personal identifying information from voters across Wyoming, and it is a very robust and geographically redundant system that's very secure. And so, long story short, we host that with that company, and that's what that money is for.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So speaking to the exception request, I wanted to start off with just giving.
Just be sure and tell us which page, Ed. We're pretty sure we know where you are, but let us know.
I sure will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for some of the members who may not be as familiar with the office, I know being there about 1.5 years now, I'm learning a lot with this. But I wanted to point out as a preface to my discussion of our request today that in the 2017-2018 biennium, we generated nearly $49 million, and there's some aspects to that make that slightly less than that for the general fund. So about $44 to $45 million in general fund revenue that we generate, and we're on pace to top that for the fiscal year 19-20. We're not quite to the end of that, but I think we're going to be even above that a little bit. And so as you can see from the budget before you, out of that, say $45 million in general fund generation, if you will, the portion of our biennial standard budget that relies on general fund monies is about $8.1 million currently, and if approved on the total exception request, you'd be about $8.6 million. So what I boil that down to is our biennial budget represents about 20% of our biennial revenue generated.
Mr. Secretary, we'd be happy to trade you about 3 or 4 to 1.
I'm sorry,
We'll
say
give
that
you
again.
1, you give us 4. You can have any exception request you want.
Did
Thank
I hear
you.
you say 10%? Is that what you said, Mr. Co-Chair?
Oh, I said, we'll give him an exception request if you get, yeah, we'll give him 10%.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your appreciation of the office. It's appreciated, and the recognition of what they generate is appreciated. So for the exception request, and if you wanted to look at pages 10 and 11 of the budget, that's the first part of where you'll see the exception request, and we'll get into some more detail. The total exception request is $465,089, comprised of the following elements. as you look there on page 10 and going on to page 11. And again, I'll get into some more detail on these on page 15 as well. First off, as you can see, there's the $164,604, and specifically to Representative Summers' question, this will make sense a little bit on the voter registration system as part of what we discussed earlier. That's for hosting and operations of WyoReg, which is the voter registration and election management system. That's the federally required system I mentioned just a few moments ago, hosted outside the state by a vendor contract. And again, it features a geographically redundant maximum available architecture system that provides us with full cybersecurity, 24/7 support, network support, infrastructure support. And as part of that contract, because of the changing cybersecurity needs, we agreed for basically about a 2% biennial increase as part of that contract. And so that's part of what you see. It covers inflationary costs and necessary upgrades for the software, because those are.
Is that built into that contract and it will continue every year, the 2% inflation?
How long does the contract go? It's biennial, but I'm checking to see. It's biennial, but I was checking to see how long in the future.
So the next biennial budget, it would be in there as well?
That's correct.
And then the new contract you're negotiating where you're asking for some, part of that service to be provided a fee, you wouldn't have these automatic escalators in there, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I was having trouble hearing.
Well, what I'm getting at is when we enter these software programs where we automatically have to pay so much a year every year, and it goes on and on and on, if you're entering a new one on the voting machines, would you not have that in there, or will you anticipate escalators? And I just have a problem with escalators. We enter them, and every year we come back, more money in the expansion budget. It'd be nice to really have a finite contract, like I do, that said this is it, and it's gonna last X number of years, and that's what we have.
And thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. The answer to that is for this particular contract, we are looking for a 2% increase for every biennium for now. Contrast with the voting equipment, which is, like you just mentioned, it's going to be a finite number. The equipment has a warranty. It's good for so long. We negotiate tech support into the future for a price certain that doesn't go up. One thing I want to point out with this is the reason for the escalator in there is because things change constantly with regard to the software and hardware that they utilize to protect our information. And we also have built into that contract penalties so that if they are not in compliance with certain things, especially in election years, then they owe us money back. So there is a penalty provision in there for non-compliance on those service level agreements. So in some ways, it works both ways. We give them the extra money on an ongoing basis to continually upgrade the system so that we get the benefits for cybersecurity. But if for any reason they fail or they don't live up to their contract, we have penalty provisions where we get money back, scaled to whether it's a primary election, what the non-compliance is. Because again, this has to be hosted in a manner that's in compliance with federal law. And so if there's any way they fail us in that regard, they owe us money. And I don't have the specifics of how much that would be, Mr. Chairman, but it's kind of a two-way street, if you will.
Two questions then, Mr. Secretary of State. One, has it ever happened? And two, if they make a mistake like that, I can see where that would escalate into an entire election, although probably not in Wyoming, I guess, but you could have all other kind of ramifications, another special election and all that. So to what level does that guarantee apply?
And Mr. Chairman, obviously, that I've only been through one election. I will turn to the bench here to see if that happened. but
And you could
I don't know.
provide that to us. You could provide that at a later date.
Okay.
That'd be all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Senator Kinski.
a quick question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, if you turn to page 15, you referenced that as you started in on your exception requests on 10. The narrative is on 15. I notice right at the top there, priority number 1 It says Wyoming voter registration, election, so forth. Then it says parenthesis, business case approval, enterprise technology approval, so forth. Tell me what that, what is that all about? Tell me what that, there's a process there that's the first software request I can recall seeing where it's got some kind of imprimatur from
Mr. Chairman.
ETS.
There's a process that we go through on the enterprise-wide that any software upgrades, there's dollar thresholds on what's required for implementation, et cetera. They review even the agency's computer purchases through ETS. The budget division sits on these meetings in June normally, and we go through all the agency's budget requests, and then we document the ETS approval number that you just spoke to here in their budget. So ETS has reviewed this request, and their approval number is 2020/4041.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow up, please. Are there any software purchases or software upgrades that do not go through this process?
Mr. Chairman, no, that's the intent is to make all the enterprise folks go through the ETS validation to see if it's an enterprise solution can be applied, or if what they're asking for is what they need, even in computer horsepower, for example. I'm sure the Treasurer's Office and the Secretary of State and other places have computers that have higher power than other computers, but ETS does not allow agencies just to buy whatever they want. They go through this process, and this process, the budget division and the agencies and ETS collaborate with to see that. And then in the end of it, what you get is an ETS approval number, which is in this document. It says ETS has reviewed this and agrees this is the solution, correct solution for the state of Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Follow on. So I want to make sure I'm understanding. It sounds like when you say enterprise-wide solution, that's a qualifier.
Yeah, let's say, for example, the auditor's office that we're already paying for with Wolves. Let's say that Wolves could handle that particular request. ETS would then say, no, we're not going to allow you to purchase this software because the auditor's office already can complete this with the software the state's purchasing.
Mr. Chairman, one more. Does this apply to the Supreme Court's software solutions that they're looking at, or are they independent of this process?
Generally, Mr. Chairman, the Supreme Courts are, because they're another branch of government, they're independent of it. But I don't think that ETS's relationship is poor with them. I do believe that they collaborate with them as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You know, Kevin, in that same regard, not picking on the Secretary of State at all, but it wouldn't bother me a bit. I was talking to the co-chair about, we just said no more escalators and no more annual fees. And when I look at some of the business arrangements I get in, I don't have near the extensive hardware that's required to run the state, but I just don't do that. And it's just, you know, I guess everybody says it's a business model we have to deal with. Well, maybe we should change that business model.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with the challenge that we have with the software business model of escalation. We have to be cognizant of it, we have to review it, and we have to make sure that the information that we're paying for suits us. But for example, these software companies are improving their product continuously to stay on their competition side so that they can compete. And once they do, then there should be some utility in that software that is better for us, that either is more efficient or creates a better set of data for us when we work on our projects. I don't know, honestly, how we would handle that. I think we need to be looking at it when people ask for them, and we need to be able to validate that, yes, this is in the industry that we're in, this is a valuable and viable solution that we're paying for. And I think that's going to come on a challenge with us into the future as far as the software company wanting to have some type of escalator to pay for their upgrades on their software packages.
Okay. We got sidetracked there, sorry. Go ahead. Did you have a comment? No. Go ahead.
All right. Continuing on to the second request that you can see at the bottom of page 15 is $78,267 for technology maintenance and upgrades. This request applies to our office's own custom software applications that are used primarily in-house. They are applicable to things like campaign finance, the administrative rules database, websites, securities and notary compliance, and business registration. So these are the unique software applications that we use to do the specific things that our office does, that are developed specifically for our office by contracted vendors. And so as our needs change, we work with these vendors to adapt the applications accordingly. And so that's what this request is for maintenance and upgrades. And I'll explain to you a little bit about how changes or the needs come about. Really, I would boil it down to two factors, really. First, you could have changes created by statutory requirements by the customer. The customer could be the legislature. It could be a business owner who, for example, wants to file business entity amendments online. It could be third parties even. It could be a credit card company that changes the way it will accept electronic payments, because that's one of the nice things about the online. You can pay online as well. Well, they change those requirements from time to time, and if we don't go in and fix that little thing to make it go the way they want it to, the payment doesn't flow. And so some examples, like I said, the credit card companies, perhaps for Representative Olson, it could be something like series LLCs. Anything that we have to put in there where there's another box that somebody needs to be able to check to form a new entity or something like that. The second area would be simply obsolescence that occurs over time. And the maintenance and upgrades to the systems are staggered based on these needs, and they're staggered based on resources. And so it's kind of a very dynamic and fluid situation, if you will. Year by year, as you go along, things either become obsolete or new needs for the customer arise that we want to do or we need to do to be able to accomplish the mission. An example specifically of that might be our notary system. We have an application process that was originally developed in 1994. It was last upgraded in 2007, and we're looking at changes to that. And that's just one example. Out of the millions generated from the business division, most of those payments come in $50 and $100 increments, and our fiscal accounting tracking module, another custom application, tracks those payments, accounts for them, and invoices for those as well. That same system is crucial to the lending industry, for example, for Uniform Commercial Code and effective finance statements. So all those things are integrated together to make what we do work on a continuous basis.
While you're talking about those kind of issues, Ed, tell me a little bit about blockchain and, some of the, if you're gonna get into that, if you see any effects to your office in terms of the statutes and the laws we passed to try to get it to the leading edge of that and being able to utilize that. Are you seeing anything different or think that says, wow, we should look at this, or this is fine, or this isn't okay? What's your perspective on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Specifically with regard to blockchain, where we are now in the Secretary of State's office is really where we left that with the passage of one of the House bills last session. And that is we are looking for ways to utilize that technology that makes sense for our office. One of the areas I just touched on, Uniform Commercial Code, effective finance statements, might be something that would be beneficial to lending institutions. And we are looking at that. That's kind of what that legislation.
Well, so you're looking at ways to maybe improve the way your agency works, but what about in terms of outside people coming in and utilizing LLCs, blockchain, and business perspective? Are you seeing anything like a big influx of blockchain 101, LLC 101, 102 LLC, and all of that?
And Mr. Chairman, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head. I don't know if Ms. Wheeler wrote those down. We have those because we've had extensive discussions. You've seen a slight uptick in certain business registrations and others. It has not been a deluge or a what I would call something that would make me appear before you today to say, my gosh, I need money to do this right now. So I hope that answers your questions. And we have specific numbers that I could tell you exactly how many series LLCs, for example, or how many initial coin offerings that we've had since the legislation has passed over the past couple of years.
Well, there's certain people out there that are very shrewd about how they conduct business, and several years ago in the predecessor in your office, we got a little carried away, some would say, in terms of how we related to businesses coming in, and I can't remember the headline, but 50,000 LLCs registered in Wyoming or some number, and we passed legislation to try to curb that. And what I worry about is that happening with the blockchain, but you're saying it's not there, so we're in pretty good shape then.
As far as I'm concerned right now, and we talk about it a lot because it's on everybody's minds, it's at the forefront of the legislature, and so we talk about it a lot, but right now, no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any other questions with regard to the second exception request? Okay. Number 3 is $162,218 for office upgrades to hardware and software. Unlike those previously described custom systems, this is more what I would call everyday machinery. It's laptops, it's printers, it's label makers and things like that. Those things get worked hard in the office. I mean, the business applications, labels slapped on every one of those. And so we're at a point where if this request is funded, by the time we can replace these, we'll be in our 6th year of service on these machines. And most of it is 3-year warranty type equipment. I mean, things like I described, software like Acrobat Professional or Microsoft Office, those types of things. And so this too was a request that was developed through a case plan through ETS as well. And the $162,218, as you can see, breaks down there between hardware and software. And just so you know, these numbers all through the case plan for ETS, they have a technical replacement program that produces actual quotes for these. So that's where we got the numbers. And then finally, we have $60,000 for publication of the constitutional amendment that was recently passed. I want to say it was House Joint Resolution 2. I'm just going off of memory. I think it was to do, Representative Larson perhaps, for bonding and improvement districts. But anyway, the Constitution requires us to publish that for 12 consecutive weeks. And so I've got some historical data over the past many bienniums about how much it costs, and it's right in this neighborhood of $60,000. We reached out to the Wyoming Press Association, and that's where we got this exact number.
One of the things too, Ed, to keep in the back of your mind, I'm not sure, who knows what might happen during the next budget session, but if we should have another proposed, constitutional amendment out there for the public to vote on, we'll be sure and include that in your budget. If there's more than one, if you needed more money. I think you have to advertise separately. No, you can do both at the same time. I think we did that with, I'm not sure if we can have one ad do both at the same time or not, but we can.
You can, they tell me it's like a length issue, like I guess it's a newspaper capability issue as far as maybe column inches or something.
But if that happens, we'll be sure and get you the funds. Go ahead,
Thank you,
Representative
Mr.
Larson.
Chairman.
Secretary Buchanan, on that publication, is that all just printed publication? Is it just printed publication that you advertise in for the, excuse me, hairball, for those constitutional amendments, or do you do some online news sources as well?
It's all in print as far as I know the Constitution talks about I think it says newspapers of general circulation. And so as of right now, I don't believe we would meet the constitutional duty in some people's eyes if we were to do some of it online, unless you had a change to the Constitution. I think it's Article 20, Section 1, yes, it is. And it talks about at least one newspaper of general circulation published in each county.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you. And
go ahead, follow up, and then Representative Walters.
Secretary Buchanan, just on a side note, I just express appreciation to you and your staff. You made numerous trips to Fremont County this year, helping us on some voter ID stuff and helping the tribes understand that, and just know that that was well received and was very helpful. Thank you.
Very welcome, and thank you.
Representative Walters, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, is there a printing cost on the ballot side for these constitutional amendments? I was thinking there was a per word print on the ballots, that, and if so, would that need to be included in this budget?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, I would have to refer to my staff on that because I have not yet experienced that in my tenure. Mr. Chairman and Representative Walters, I'm told that the counties pay for the printing of ballots. So when there is a constitutional amendment, that's just an extra cost to them.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Kind of going back to the whole election process, and as I look at the voter registration and election management system, and then whatever else we have come online, I know that you're relying on that system's security. You know, in other words, they'll have their own security system built in. That's part of what you pay for. Do we, as the state of Wyoming, figure out ways to try to challenge that? I mean, is there an active participation by the state to ensure that what we're doing is secure? In other words, do we challenge our own system, for example, or how do we know that we are in fact secure? Because that's going to be, you hear this all around the nation right now, right? And what we don't want to do is get hacked or be one of 20 states that this company works with and gets hacked. So how do we know that we're doing the best we can?
I will, Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, in a moment I'll ask Ms. Byrne to address any testing, if you will, or audits of our contract vendors for the out-of-state things. But first, I'll answer the part of your question that relates to the state of Wyoming. I had a conversation with some county commissioners at the convention, I think, just a few months ago, and we talked about those very things, about cybersecurity and how do we know our systems are secure. And they said, we don't have to worry about those things in Wyoming, do we? And of course, that very statement kind of makes you realize that those are the very things that we do have to worry about and we have to be diligent on. We have started a process in conjunction with the Department of Homeland Security because we're bringing on the new equipment to first conduct audits. And I've broken it down into two portions. One is physical security, and then the second is cybersecurity. Because if your machines are left out somewhere where anybody can have access, that's the physical security aspect. It doesn't do you much good to have the cybersecurity aspect. You need both. And so we partnered with DHS to go out and conduct county audits. And we're awaiting the final report, but all 23 counties have been visited. And then we're going to identify weaknesses in their physical security when it comes to protecting the voting equipment that is vulnerable if it's left unattended or if it's not secure. And then as part of that, I mentioned before the $3 million that Chairman Nicholas, he had asked about funding overall and where we were, but that $3 million that was left over from some HAVA funds that we got from Congress just recently, we've developed a $250,000 grant that we're going to divvy out to the counties to fix the identified physical security problems. And then likewise, we have a $250,000 grant that will go out to counties to fix identified cybersecurity issues or risks. It's probably gonna come back at some point to the legislature as an entire body to address the IT needs of individual counties, because everything that we try to implement from the state level is only as good as what the counties can do with their resources at the county level. One of the strengths that our elections have are their decentralized nature, the fact that they are conducted by the counties. Having said that, they have to have the resources to have the IT, to have the networks, to have the systems in place to do what we ask them to do. So we're trying to do our part to make them aware, to help them identify, and to some extent financially help them fix identified problems. But that's only half the battle, because a lot of counties have contract IT people. It comes down to the very people that you contract to do your IT. Do you do background checks on them? Are they county employees? Where are they from? I mean, you can really drill down on that to try and make it as secure as possible. So that's what we're doing at the state level to make sure they're secure. And I'll leave it, maybe Ms. Byrne could address. I think the first part of your question was maybe how do we test our contract vendors to ensure that what we're paying for remains secure?
Mr. Chairman, Andrea Byrne. I'm the Administration Director for the Secretary of State's office, and that division oversees the technology program. To answer Representative Summers' question, we currently are utilizing several Department of Homeland Security free services that are provided specifically to the election sector to do exactly what you are asking about. Remote penetration testing. Is the system accessible from outside the network? We participate in a cyber hygiene scan, which tells us if any new vulnerabilities in the environment have been detected. We also have implemented internal checks as well, one of which includes two-factor authentication, requiring our users to provide something they know and something they have in order to access the system. So we definitely are testing our application, the environment, the services that we are paying for to ensure that we have a very protected system. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Summers, that answer your question? Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate that. Okay. Anything else? Please continue, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I like calling you that, Mr. Secretary. Go ahead,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Secretary.
On page 20, that's the exception requests are contained wholly in the administrative portion of the budget. Page 20, we get into our securities portion. And you can see there are no exception requests. You can see on page 21 what our securities enforcement unit does. That's 100% special revenue, so those aren't general fund dollars, although the general fund does get some of those dollars through a 60/40.
Yeah, and Mr. Secretary, in that regard, we never read about or know about it. Just if you would provide us the information on the efficacy of that program. You don't hear a lot about fraudulent entities out there doing things with the SEC, not only at the state level, but at the national level, but yet a lot of it's going on. So just give us an update as there's been 5 cases, 3 cases, the amount of money involved, if you could, please. Thank you. Or do you already know?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I don't know the number of cases or the amounts of money that have been involved. I'd be happy to get those numbers to you. I can tell you that on a, I don't want to say a fairly regular basis, but on a regular basis, we have interaction with our federal law enforcement partners to ferret out the kind of bad actors that you're describing. So it's an ongoing thing. It's not, I wouldn't even call it commonplace, but it's somewhat consistent.
Well, and what happens, of course, the different phases of our economy, you go through that, and if there's an oil and gas boom with leases and a lot of registration statements going on, with the SEC or locally, then you see that rise to a higher level in terms of applications. Then when I worry about is blockchain a little bit, what's going on with cryptocurrency and, all the excitement about that, and all of a sudden there's a bunch of, general, or what do I want to call them, LLC, but they're formed as general partnerships with limited partners, and all of a sudden out there raise money from unsuspecting individuals. So just curious about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would note that we have an investor awareness program, education program, that we utilize some of these funds for also. So you've got the law enforcement side of things, but we also try to do a good job of educating the vulnerable components of our citizenry to warn them about scams and other
Yeah,
things.
and under Wyoming law, I think you have to have $1 million worth of assets if it's a registration statement that you go out to 15 or more applicants. Is that accurate in terms of when you file a statement with the SEC, with our own securities people to file a registration statement to raise money?
I refer to my deputy for the answer to that, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So you have an accredited investor standard that you have to hit, but I think what you're also talking about is we have an exemption from registration. So if you are going to make offers and/or sales to 25 or fewer people within the state of Wyoming, you do not have to register with our office. However, the accredited investor comes in if you're filing a Regulation D 506 as well.
And that's over the 25 then, right?
Mr. Chairman, yes, it is. And that is filed with the SEC and with the state as well.
Thank you.
And then on pages 26 and 28, Mr. Chairman, is the bucking horse and rider division, and just for informational purposes only, this budget doesn't have much to do with that, but I'd stand for any questions on that. Again, 100% special revenue.
Go ahead.
As you can see there, the budget is $20,000. We receive about $5,000 per year from the University of Wyoming through our agreement with them. We have $20,000 spending authority. Secretary of State's office owns the federal trademark, and then we have an agreement with the University of Wyoming to partner up to enforce and kind of keep watch on the bucking horse and rider, initiate litigation as necessary, and so we have really a constant communication on that aspect to protect the mark.
Okay.
That's all there is to that.
Go ahead, Mr. Coach.
Just a couple questions. Tell us about your new digs. What do you think about your office space? How's that working out? Do you have enough room? Do you get sufficient walk-in access for folks that walk in your door? How are things coming along?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the question, members of the committee. It's a beautiful space, and the legislature's to be commended for providing, a place for the executive branch to do good work. The only thing that I would say is signage. I think it's going to take people a little while to get used to where they're going or where to go, and signage yet isn't.
And go into the middle of the building and finding that door to go.
Right. And so we're constantly, I wouldn't say constantly, but even I'll see somebody in the hallway and you can tell they're just kind of lost, and I'll say, "What you looking for?" It's just a matter of getting around and getting your bearings and figuring it out. But it's not done yet. I just got furniture this week, but the office space is appointed nicely. We're working through a few things where we've had to ask for connectivity in an outlet or a room that we thought had it, but just things that were just simple oversights that are getting fixed in a timely manner. I might ask the deputy if she could add anything to that, because you just give me a place to sit and I'm good to go.
Well, and, oversight meets this week, and that may be one of its last meetings, so this is a useful time to complain, educate us, so.
No, Mr. Chairman, I'll echo what the Secretary said. We do appreciate it, and our space is very nice. We are working on just our own temporary signage right now to direct our customers because we have a lot that come in, whether it's constituents for the business division or elections or lobbyists. So they're working on some signage to address those issues. I think one of the biggest problems that our customers and our staff are facing right now is with the snow that we've had lately, we are finding areas where several are falling and the ice is building up. So those are areas that, we'll work with GSD or whomever we need to get that addressed.
Yeah, that's been turned over to the A&I and grounds folks, so. But we'd like to know about them, and there will be a continuation of formation of the groups that kind of monitor and oversee the Capitol complex, which you guys, SBC, will be a part of, but we want to make sure that we make it safe and then we get the signage right, so just keep us informed.
Thank you.
Okay, is that about it?
I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary of State. I have one thing for you to think about, and we have Representatives Olson and Nicholas and then Senator Kinski as practicing attorneys. I can remember years ago when everybody wanted to incorporate in Delaware because of the relationship with their corporate laws relative to the SEC at the national level and somewhat at the state level as well. And so we passed those laws, I don't remember, and then we also were one of the first states to do the LLCs. And the question I have, and certainly on this committee, we have 3 qualified attorneys. Is there a time that we should be looking at, maybe during the interim, to update our own laws in terms of take a look at corporate laws? Things have changed so quickly. Is it something we need to do with our state, or is that something that we're pretty much on top of and what we have now works well? I know from my perspective, it's good how I can form an LLC. I could talk to Bob today and this afternoon. I probably have it in place tomorrow, except he's working on the JAC, so he's busy. But is there anything we might be doing during the interim in that regard, just to think about, and if we don't, then we don't?
From my perspective, Mr. Chairman, I don't think there's anything, and I'll ask the deputy to weigh in on this too, from her years and years of experience, and me being relatively new to this position. But I think that we're very competitive and reasonable as far as our fee structure goes. You get all the same protection, all the same business entities are offered. Of course, the Series LLC hopefully expands the possibilities for that. I think that, when it comes to a comparison with Delaware, we're simply a relatively young state when you stop and think about it. And so we just don't have the benefit of being a state for as long as a place like Delaware. And 2, you don't have the precedents in law that a place like Delaware has. I think that perhaps the Chancery Court is a real step in the right direction so that businesses can start to build a volume of case law, so they have some precedent that they can rely upon, and a court that is specifically tailored with the expertise to resolve very timely business disputes that arise. I think that's going to help tremendously. I don't know that it will help, you will see an immediate impact, but I think that's the one thing that you can really look at Delaware and Wyoming and say that's the one thing that was a real difference was our youth and our lack of a lot of case law and precedent for business.
When I enter agreements, and they always put a provision in there that if there's any disagreement in the agreement, and they always want to put the state where they're from, i.e. usually Delaware or Texas, and I say, no, I want to do it in Wyoming. And then there we go and we argue about it. But I understand what you're saying, and as we grow, it sure be nice to, if you were having a major enterprise, that you would say, hey, Wyoming, that's where we want to incorporate.
Absolutely.
Okay, anything else, committee? Appreciate the good job you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee.
Okay. We all spend money. Now we want to know where it comes and where it goes, and if we have the right amount there. That would be our state auditor. Welcome. Oh, my goodness. Hi. Good. Thanks, Ed. Madam Auditor. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair. Kristi Racines, State Auditor. It's lovely to be back in this room. Although I am a little, I'm thrown, I have to admit, I'm thrown off by the House being over here and the Senate being over here. I'll work through it.
They want to be further to the right depending on where you're looking at, from this side or your side.
So it's always a pleasure to appear before this committee, but I'm especially excited to do it in my new role and report to you on our office and operations and present our budget. This is a process I take incredibly seriously. You all know I am quite new to this role, but I promise to not use that as an excuse to not having answers too much. I've brought some of my staff with me today, and I'd like to introduce them. We have a fairly small staff overall. We're 26 employees in the SAO, or State Auditor's Office, and that's including myself. But they are absolutely fantastic. I can't say enough about how incredibly helpful and supportive they've been in the transition and onboarding me. So with me today, I have David Ray. He's in charge of our fiscal division. Barb Wallace, she is in charge of CAFR, which is our Comprehensive Annual Financial Report division. Jerry Reef is in charge of our Technology division, and Chris Quick is all things payroll. Susan Green is our Fiscal Analyst, and some of you probably recognize Eydie Trautwein. She's the deputy, and she came with me from the courts as well, so she should be a familiar face. So my plan would be to kind of give a quick overview of how the office is going, things we're working on, and then I'll walk through our budget really quickly. The actual dollars in the budget are pretty short and sweet. For some of the newer members to the committee, I've learned to never pass up an opportunity to say what the auditor's office does, because it's pretty misunderstood. I'm called the state auditor in the Constitution, and essentially that's where all the auditing ends. What the office does is we're the accountants for the state. So we pay the bills and we keep the books. We also are the chief payroll office. We are responsible for paying all state employees, all legislators, National Guard members, and retirees every month. That's about 10,000 payments a month. We're also required to maintain the state's electronic accounting system. So essentially that provides state agencies the means to collect revenues, process expenditures, maintain their budgets, and any sort of financial accounting transaction they could do. Lastly, but not least, we are required to produce the annual financial reports for the state. That is the CAFR, or Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, which is basically the balance sheet and income for the state. So a general update on the office. We're just shy of a year in, and this is basically my message to you on the state of the agency, which is spelled out in our budget as well, but some of the challenges and successes we've had over this first year. So like I said, we're pretty small, but we have been fully staffed with no turnover since June, which we're very happy about. We feel like things are going really well, and we're hitting our stride. When we came into the office, there were several things we wanted to address right away, or I'm going to say fires that we needed to address right away. Some of these were driven by operation or necessity. One of the things we also did is we've sat down with, I think, almost every single agency in the state when we came on, just to see where we could improve, what they needed, and any issues they thought where we could do better. One of the first things, and a few of these things you may have heard about, or possibly experienced yourself. The auditor's office had rolled out a new timekeeping system that was mandated last October. It had substantial functional defects and was not at all user-friendly. It was not popular with the agencies. And again, you may have heard about this in passing. The vendor really struggled to resolve these issues, and attempted fixes actually created more problems. This was a huge pain point with basically every agency we talked to. So after a year with working with the vendor, we were finally able to declare steady state on the system this October, so 1 year in. We're now turning our attention with that system to make the product more user-friendly and hopefully leverage some of the efficiencies that it was initially planned to produce. Moving on, as many of you know, the auditor was under an ongoing lawsuit when we took office, which was for the production of 5 years of spending records. We worked really hard with agencies and the AG's office and got that information turned over in February. The lawsuit was dismissed right away, which was a big win for our office, obviously, and the AG's office was able to move on to other things, which is good. We took that opportunity to be a little more proactive in the future, and we stood up a website, which is essentially an online checkbook for the state of Wyoming called wyopen.gov. That was really exciting. It has been live since July. I think we've had about 11,000 hits since inception, so not a ton, but for the size of our state, we're really, really pleased with that. The best thing about it is we were able to develop it in-house with our own staff, so at essentially no cost to the state. We do have minimal ongoing costs for ETS to host it, but it's $1,500 a year-ish, so really, really worth it in our opinion. One of the things we learned through that effort, and this gets a touchdown in the weeds, but I think it's so relevant to this committee that I'd like you to know about. Every single expenditure of the state of Wyoming is signed a code, and you'll relate to those because they're the 200 series, the 400 series, the 900 series. And when we were redacting all of the proper information and putting out public information, it really came to light that the expenditure codes were in sore need of an update. So we undertook an effort to really clean that up. There was about 6,000 codes floating out there. We're only using about 1,000, and a lot of them were just really outdated. Why do you care, you might be asking? So the one place we actually reworked codes and added codes was information technology. I've heard this committee over the course of years, understandably, be frustrated because you can't get information like, how much does the state spend on software? How much does the state spend on laptops? Well, the reason you haven't been able to do that in part is because there's about 5 different codes where those things might have been charged, and none of them really fit. We had codes like data processing equipment. Well, that's a little bit outdated, and so no agencies, in their defense, didn't know where to put things. So we worked closely with ETS to create new IT codes to charge all things IT related. Now, when will this take effect? We actually started using these codes as of July 1 of this last year. We've held trainings for agencies, so they're using them properly. Right now, we're in the middle of a biennium, so this biennium is not real relevant as far as better information for ETS and you all. But the thought is by 7/1/2020, everybody's used to the new codes, they're using them, and then the 21-22 biennium, we have a lot better data set.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yep.
On your electronic accounting system upgrade, I know a lot of time and effort went into it, and we've been talking about escalators. Did that system have escalating clauses? And upgrades, and if it did we pay them, and do we have continuing things going on as well where we have to have future expenditures?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. I expected that, and I imagine we'll have a robust conversation about the accounting system. It actually does not have any escalators. We pay a flat fee every year. The flip side of that is we are in a 12-year contract. So that was the trade-off for that. We are 3 years into a 12-year contract. So that's a contract that we inherited when we came in.
And the annual fees are in your standard budget, correct?
Correct.
And
Yes.
how much a year for that system are they roughly?
Mr. Chairman, we pay between our 900 series and the maintenance portion in the 200 series, we pay $5.326 million a year at the minimum. Now, if there's any specific enhancements or Wyoming-specific changes we need, that could be on top of that, but that's the baseline.
So just from 30,000 foot, we entered a contract for 12 years that it cost us $5 million a year to keep?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
And how much did it cost on the front end?
Uh,
This was before your time, I understand that. but I'm just
Correct.
curious.
So, say anything inaccurate. Prior to 2016, when this contract was entered into, we actually paid them more a year. And this contract was reworked substantially, and the prior administration took a good run at trying to reduce the costs when the budget cuts came through. And they were pretty successful with that. So there wasn't any upfront cost to that because we already had a relationship with that vendor. To complicate matters a little bit more, however, the system went through a gigantic major upgrade in 2018 before we came on. And that upgrade cost around $9 million. That $9 million was rolled into the price of the 12-year contract. So we're actually paying the cost of a prior upgrade over the course of the next 9 years.
So you amortized it over the.
Correct.
Is what you're saying. Is there a walkaway provision in your contract? You said we've had it, let's walk away.
Mr. Chairman, no, there is not. So this contract is interesting, and Eydie and I are not experts, but we've certainly had a fair share of experience with state contracts. There is some anomalies in the provisions in this contract, and one of them is in the standard language that says if there is not enough money, you can step away from the contract. There's a specific, and again, not wanting to get too detailed, there's a specific provision that says you can get out of the contract if there's no money, but you cannot go purchase the same services from another vendor. And there's a couple other anomalies about that. It's a interesting, we've really been working to get our arms around that contract and learn it inside and out, and it's a bit of a strange one.
So you would use your in-house AG to help you with that interpretation, is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct.
And it's just such a big area, and you say you have 6,000 codes, you use 1,000. In my business, I have, 200 or 300 codes, I use them all. But I don't, my upgrade cost me $500. So and I know we appropriated money to do it, and it's in the rearview mirror for you. It's just, I don't know, that's still, every time I hear that in large number, I just go, we're obligated 12 more years, who knows what's gonna happen, and here we sit.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're struggling with that, that there's certainly some benefits we see. For example, we know what we're gonna be paying by and large, except we would anticipate having to pay for another upgrade in 3 to 4 years, which will come at the cost of, $5 to $6 million. So it's not necessarily all in. However, again, it is nice to know it's not going up by 5 or 7 or 10% a year. So we struggle with that. It's a great system. We like it. It works very well. And I certainly see some of the benefits of it's incredibly secure. They take care of all of the security, all of the backup recovery, they have IT security audits. So it actually takes a huge amount of work and risk off of the state. So there's pros and cons.
Okay, thank you.
So, moving on, Mr. Chairman. One other big pain point for agencies when we came on was vendor management, and essentially that's the process to get registered to be able to receive a payment from the state. This might be another one you've either heard about, or sometimes you may have even experienced this yourself. This was a struggle because this process was sometimes taking 2 to 3 months just to get a vendor on to be able to receive a check from the state. At best, that was very, very inconvenient. At worst, it was mission critical and allowed our agencies to not be able to make payments they needed to for emergencies. So we really worked on that and recalibrated the process a little bit, and we're able to reduce our volume of input without increasing risk. And we're turning around those vendor changes really, really quickly. And just to scale that, we put on about 8,700 new vendors a year and make about 25,000 changes a year to vendors. So it is it's really critical, these processes that we do thousands of times over, that we get them, even minor improvements in a process can save a lot of time.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you. Auditor Racines, we also, kind of along that same line, had seen some challenges previously on when appropriations were made to state agencies such as construction projects, not getting those funds into the agency's accounts. Are you comfortable with where that's at now? Is that taking place on a little more timely basis, or without as, sometimes we would have to step in and say, please?
Mr. Chairman, I believe we are. We are doing everything we can to meet our deadlines on those and our duty on those. As far as when an agency would click to pay, we would have less control over that. Yeah, but we're comfortable with where that is now.
Thank you.
Okay, please continue.
So last big update, again, all these changes were driven by a meeting with agencies. There hadn't been a lot of training offered by the SA over the last couple of years, and we rolled out a robust new training plan of up to 30 hours a month. Now, who are we training? So amongst the accounting and payroll systems, we have about 1,000 state employees who are users throughout the state. Again, good business means those people know how to use the system well. And so it is going fabulously. Attendance has been amazing. We're taking feedback on every training. It's going really well. And we have a really nice new, huge, well-lit training room with a functioning HVAC system in the Hirschler building. We love it. So thank you. And it's, like I said, the agencies that are attending were so hungry for that. And it's really, really well received. And that reaps benefits for our agencies, because when we have better trained users, life is easier for us as well. So those are the big things we've done, and thanks for allowing me that little segue. I'm going to go ahead and jump into our budget book. I said it's real small, real simple. I'll start on page 3. This is an overall snapshot of our budget. So looking over on the left in column 1, you'll see we actually have 3 divisions. Our agency, as you most likely know, is a little bit of a parking lot for random pots of money. So the second 2 divisions, I'm actually going to talk about those real briefly first, and if you have detailed questions, I'm happy to take a stab at answering those, but I may have to call on Mr. Hibbard if they're real in-depth. That second one is game and fish license revenue recoupment. That amount is parked in our budget, and that is to reimburse Game and Fish for the amount of revenue they lose when they are required to offer reduced or free licenses. Standard budget is same as last year, no exception requests there. We reimburse Game and Fish once a year for the cost that or the lost revenue that they experience on that. The second pot of parked money in our budget, which is that division 2500, it's called state employee compensation, but what that actually is retiree health insurance. It is the section in the budget bill, which some of you are probably familiar with, to supplement retiree insurance premiums for retirees who retired prior to 7/1/2008. Now, this is the sort of complicated one where they get $11.50 a year per year of service if they're not Medicare eligible, and then $5.75 a year if they are Medicare eligible. Now, you'll see our standard budget has gone down from the prior year, which we would expect that trend to continue. We are dealing with a finite pool of people that will not get larger, essentially.
And that's unique. I mean, that's the only place where it occurs is right there.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, moving on through the next couple pages, I won't spend a lot of time on these. This is basically the narrative, which I really hit on these issues already, some of the things.
Well, before you do then, before you leave that, the 900 series, It's your standard budget, 9.479 million, of which 5.6 million is what we just talked about. Is the other 4 million, actually 3.8 million, is that, rest of that money, other contractual obligations with software? Or is it something else?
Mr. Chairman, if you flip to page 12 and look at just the administration budget, I might be able to explain that a little bit better.
Okay.
So this is the meat of our budget. We're at basically just under 17 million general fund. We pay 5.326 million a year for our accounting system. So that's actually about 10.6 million a biennium. That is broken up between that 9.4 you see in your 900 series, and the balance is in code 0292 maintenance agreements.
So the 5.3 million is not biannualized, it's only for 1 year.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, as I look at your 900 series, obviously the CGI is that big deal, right? And then there's another one to Porter, Muirhead, Carina, and Howard. That's the other larger 900 series. So that's for the CAFR project. Could you explain just a little bit about what that is?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, you're right. The bulk is to CGI. One other notation in there, a lot of the balance of our 900 series goes to contractual mailings for everything we have to mail out, W-2s, 1099s, that sort of thing. The PMCH contract is to augment our CAFR. Again, our CAFR is the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report staff with an additional staff member during the CAFR season. So that's a person for about a month to 2 months. Mr. Chairman, we would hope that that will eventually go away, but it has not yet, and it may not for a while. There's been some circumstances that have required the SAO to augment their staff during that time period, but the ultimate goal would be that we don't have to do that. But it's been real nice.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Hicks.
question back on that license recruitment program. When the department
Turn your mic on, Larry.
on the reduced price revenue recoupment program for the Game and Fish Department, when they submit that, do they submit an itemized, so X number were for the women's hunt, X number for all the way down to youth, seniors, and then where they have commission designated reduced prices? Do you see all of that breakout?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, no, we do not. Now, I am definitely not the best person to answer that. My understanding is that it's actually short of the amount they lose, the appropriation, but we do not see that detailed breakout.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
So, Mr. Chairman, just touching on our budget, again, you'll see minus our 900 series that we discussed pretty extensively. Our budget goes to payroll, and in the 200 series, we just have the expected standard expenditures that you would be pretty typical to run any state office. If there's not any other questions on that page, moving on through the budget book is going to be the detailed narratives for that game and fish revenue recoupment and the state employee compensation. I wouldn't go into any more detail unless you needed me to.
I think we're good with it. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted, before I finish up, I wanted to make mention of one other thing which I'm confident wouldn't be missed, but I'll say it anyway. In regards to EGI, the cash balance conundrum that we're dealing with, I would just make a reminder that the current section 303G in the session laws may need to be tweaked a little bit to widen the ability of the SAO to apply those funds to the deficit, if that would be your desire.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Yeah, why don't you just send us a little one-pager to kind of outline specifically what would work and what wouldn't work, and what the kind of, what the problem is, so that we can kind of get our hands around it, and then also the statutory language.
Yep.
And where it would happen, okay?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, I'd be happy to, in brief, which I'll send it anyway, but in brief, the issue is that section in the session law allows the SAO to access the $11.6 million we have if an agency's appropriation is short to pay the premium. The negative cash balance that we are dealing with is not due to that problem. So just widening up it, but we'll get that for you.
Yeah, and the money in there is 11.6 million, and then there's also another pot of money out there available too.
Mr. Chairman, I think, let me take a stab at this and correct me. The 11.6 is the only pot of money out there that I know of. There is some borrowing authority that is, but real, there's no pot of money necessarily to do that.
Yeah, I think that's, Mr. Co-Chair, that's the reinsurance money, as I recall, is that right?
Is it reinsurance, or is it a footnote, or are we just?
Where is that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, that borrowing authority is also in a footnote. It is, the treasurer's office is going to know. I don't have it memorized.
Okay.
It's like 4 footnotes after the other one.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and if there's a brucellosis pot of money too that I want you to track down, and I know Dawn is working with your team, but when you find that out, let me know, because I'm not sure the language still exists on that pot of money, so we have a question.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I'm not going to promise that this is correct, but I think we've actually reverted that money, but we'll get you a firm answer on that.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing too, Kristi, is I recall maybe during the last supplemental budget we did, that we specifically, we might have had some money that was appropriated for the university, and we sent it to your office to hold until a certain appropriate time, and we're trying to remember what that was for. Now, I don't think it was for the housing. It might have been for the housing, but what's the status of that? You can look into that and get back to me.
Okay.
What we do, of course, is we put it there to be sure we know where it is, so it gets spent on the way we really want it to be spent. And then you have custody of it until such time as per prescribed by law that it's released. And in fact, without getting into a lot of paperwork, are there a lot of accounts like, I mean, we probably have money over there. Brucellosis was brought up. Maybe there's others over there. We're always looking for money that we don't seem to think we know and we have. Maybe if you could find some of that, let me know.
Mr. Chairman, we'd be happy to, and I will say that I think we're getting to the point where the fires are out, and so people have some bandwidth to actually look at some of these old balances and take care of things that are nice to look forward to, and everybody's just had their hair on fire a lot, so now we're calming down and we're able to take a look at some of those things. So
I'm sure all 12 of us know exactly where they are in the amounts, but just to help us refresh.
Well, and Mr. Co-Chair, we did that about 3 years ago, and we went through about 400 and some odd accounts, and I think we plucked pretty much of them clean that were pluckable.
Yeah, and just a quick, I think we did. And we've narrowed that down substantially, and we're in pretty good shape with them. Anyway, it'd be nice to correlate between where we are and where you are, since you're now at that stage. Okay, anything else for our state auditor?
How do you like your digs?
Mr. Chairman, we love them. I would echo some of the comments of the secretary, and I think it's always easy for us to be nitpicky. Hindsight's 20/20, but no, I think largely we're settling in. I would echo the issues with the ice and the location of the parking lot, and that street's very crowned, and it's been a rodeo. And that's not so much the state, it's the street. So it is a little bit of a liability. Eydie, do you have anything to?
Theoretically, that's sometime in the next year or two, that's all gonna be ripped up and closed. Yeah, we reworked with the water and sewer and storm drainage again, so.
That has to do with the city of Cheyenne, maybe? I forgot all about that. I'm glad you brought it up again. No, I hadn't.
It's coming back.
I hadn't forgot it.
So what's going on with the slope? Anything new?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, we haven't heard anything, and we're continuing to hang pictures and
Okay.
grow roots. So hopefully, if anything happens, it happens sooner rather than later.
Got it.
Mr. Chairman, real quick, I just wanted to thank my staff again and all of you for your kindness and onboarding me, and my fellow electeds and agency heads who have been very kind to meet with us and very candid, and the budget office and Kevin, as always, and Don Richards, who probably regrets the day he gave me his direct line. He's always very helpful. So thank you to all of them, and thank you all.
Would you leave me that number before you? I don't have it. No, okay, well, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
We appreciate your hard work and your staff too.
Thank you.
And I'm glad you like your new digs.
We do.
So do we. Okay, we're going to take a short break before we get to our state treasurer's office. It is 3:05. Let's shoot for 3:20. 15 minutes. Okay, we're back in order. Thank you. We have our state treasurer, Mr. Meier, here. So, welcome. It's good to see you here. You've been on this side, sitting here asking the questions on that side, and your assistant has been over here telling us the answers, and now she's on that side. And having said all that, it's good to have you here. The
It's
floor is
good to
yours.
be here, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Okay, I know that that's the reason I asked Dawn to be on my side, because she does all have the answers, and you guys listen intently, because and that part of it hasn't changed at all. So, Mr. Chairman, I think we put forth a budget, and having been on that side in that capacity, right where you guys were set, I made sure that there's not a whole heck of a lot or any fluff in the budget. We looked at what we needed to be successful and to build on the success of the prior administration and to move forward, I think, in a prudent, measured way, not leaving, I guess, any chance of not being successful to chance. So I think that's the most important thing that we can do, is to spend the state's money wisely, and to make sure that when we do so, that we know that we're getting a benefit out of it. And that benefit is going to be to the taxpayers of the state, and to the different funds that we represent, and to your guys' bottom line. So you can expect a steady stream of income that we can count on. And that's what we're trying to do, is build an investment team and an investment portfolio that necessarily is more like an ocean liner that can weather all kinds of storms, whether the market's going up or the market's going down, that we're moving in one direction, that we've got an asset allocation that's going to take into account those ups and downs, and that's going to provide the interest and the dividend income that's going to give us a steady stream to the general fund. And we've looked at that with that in mind, and I think that we've got the bones of having a first-rate investment team and a first-rate accounting team. Now we're going to have to put some flesh on those bones, and that's what a lot of this budget is about, is trying to build a bench to make sure that we have those key positions that have some people there that can step up in different times, not only in the investment side, but in the executive side, the administration side, and the accounting side. And we've had some, I think, good success this year of bringing on some individuals in those key positions. We've got a few key more ones to move in, and we should be in pretty good shape. But for the details, I'm going to turn it over to Dawn so she can go over it page by page. And we're also backed up by our Chief Investment Officer, Patrick, here in a couple of different areas. He may have some things to add that would help in understanding in some of the different areas that we're moving toward.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Co-Chair, you got any questions before we start going through the budget?
Just want to say welcome to your first budget session here, and Don, welcome to be on front of us. We're here to help you and to make your life easier, I hope, and so I look forward to hearing your budget and working with you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee before we get started? And of course, is Dawn going to walk us through it just, page by page, or however you want to do it? Tell us the page, we'll walk right with you, and we will ask questions as we go, and while it's on our mind. And so with that, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman and committee. My name is Dawn Williams, and I am the Deputy State Treasurer. I have with me today the Chief Investment Officer, Patrick Fleming. Jennie Doctor is our Administrative Accounting Manager, and Matt Sackett, you recognize as well. He's our Senior Policy Advisor. They'll be assisting me today and you if you have any questions that I can't answer.
Where did Matt get his background? Never mind, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, you can still count on us for answers. We're only too happy to help and appreciate your support. Almost a year has passed already since the treasurer took office, and we're happy to report that good things are happening in our office. Our investment team is fully staffed. We've initiated a reorganization of our financial accounting division. Our administrative team is thriving, and our unclaimed property crew is steady as a rock. We implemented a new system in unclaimed property that is more user-friendly and continues to return property to its rightful owners easily and accurately. We're in the process of bringing up the Aladdin system to assist the investment team with risk analysis, which is a key to successful investing. We're also working with Clearwater Analytics, a highly regarded firm specializing in investment data integration, reconciliation, accounting, and reporting to not only assist our investment team, but also to create the accounting system we and the previous administration have been anxious to implement. Our first year has not been without challenges. We survived a 36% turnover in positions and have endured the effects of significant staff errors. Nonetheless, our emphasis remains on creating a culture of excellence and accuracy in the State Treasurer's office. And I see evidence of both these things every day with the folks we have on staff. We currently have 3 vacant positions, as the treasurer alluded to, 2 of which we are actively recruiting. Our budget request essentially consists of maintaining the status quo, with one exception for eventual growth of the investment team in 2021. Our first priority is to seek the legislature's concurrence with the Financial Accounting Division reorganization that was partially effectuated through a B11 request. The second priority refers to the treasurer's and my desire to align our budgets with our business operations. That is, we'd like to have all of our accounting people in the same unit, the investment team in the same unit, and the administrative staff in the same unit, which is how we're organized in divisions in the office.
Well, in that regard too, we want the investment income, and that's so critical. And you talk about in your synopsis of it, you say that of investment and accounting. And of course, to me, the most important thing is investment, but you need to have an accounting system to be able to track and not only the things you're doing correctly, but if there's some things that aren't going your way and some of the losses. So you got to have the accounting. You got to have that accounting tool. And one of the things is that you mentioned too is our team is asked to inflation-proof the permanent funds. Well, I've always been a proponent of that. Who asked you that in terms of where you stood it in here? Is that how you feel the general sense of the legislature is, that you want inflation-proof? Where do you come up with that kind of a statement?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman, you all have asked us that.
Okay.
The JAC has directly asked, and it was one of the first questions that the treasurer received when he faced you soon after he took office.
I remember that, and I wanted you to reiterate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
As I mentioned, we do anticipate that in 2021, our investment team would be ready to grow. We would not normally ask for additional positions this far in advance, but we are sensitive to the governor's directive to submit a 2-year budget, which requires us to think and plan ahead. We've also asked for additional funding for the Veterans Tax Exemption Pass-Through program. This agency has been back to you each of the last several biennia with a request to fully reimburse the counties. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to dive in and get us started on the budget.
Any questions, committee? Okay.
As I stated, our highest priorities are the reorganization and alignment of the agency. To that end, I prepared a worksheet with to help you follow the position moves in the reorganization, and we color-coded it to try to make it easier to follow.
We have it.
Great. Just wait till I see everybody.
Everybody got it?
And Mr. Chairman, I'd just ask if.
Go ahead.
If she could signpost as she works through the book too. There's 80-some pages there. It's very helpful to me.
Okay.
I'm not as experienced as some others on the committee. Neophyte.
You bet, Mr. Chairman. Senator Kinski, I will attempt to just kind of give you an overview of this tool. The first section at the top is how we are currently budgeted. We have And it's aligned by different colors for different units so that you can, we're attempting so that you can follow the bouncing ball.
Slow down a little bit, Don. You
I'm
know, you
sorry.
got different colors, and we want to be sure, and I think Senator Kinski's right. An overview is what we want, but we still want to go through it.
Oh, yes.
How it reflects in the budget, but talk about the colors a little slower so we can all understand what they mean. Would you please?
You bet. So the first section, Mr. Chairman, the current budget. So in Unit 101 is the first column, administration, and you can see that we have different folks listed as members. We have the treasurer, the HR person, those people make sense. But as you move down, we've got the investment accounting manager, we've got a principal accountant, we've got an IT attorney. So some of those folks make sense to us to stay in administration budget. But for instance, the principal accountant position, the investment accounting manager, it makes sense for us to put all of our accountants in one group. So if we move to the right and still in the top section, in the blue section, is Unit 601. This is entitled Manager Payments, but this budget is more than manager payments. This houses investment folks. We've got an admin specialist in there. We've got accounting people. Our senior policy person is there. So you can see that these budgets have a lot of different themed positions in them. And so again, our attempt when we are reorganizing these positions and our request to reorganize is that we put all of our folks of like positions together. The next column is the green column, Unit 8081 for unclaimed property. And the final column is Unit 0901 in yellow for that internal investments.
So when I look at this, let's just talk about unclaimed property. You know, the current budget is where it is. There's a little bit of difference in the exception request, and then the bottom line is what the governor recommends, so you can see that, but then the significant changes occur under the internal investments. The current budget was all of them. The exception request was none of them. The governor's representative was all of them.
Mr. Chairman, that about
And
sums
that's
it
kind of
up.
how this thing flows in the different areas, correct? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So as you stated, Mr. Chairman, the exception request attempts to identify where we want the positions. So the folks that are in 0602, for instance, that second column, or 601, that second column, we want to pull those accounting people out, those blue accounting people out into the 0602. And we leave the yellow people because we have investment professionals in that unit already. So we don't want to move those, we want to leave them. We just want to pull the accountants out. Does that make sense?
It makes sense to everybody?
So I'll
Everybody's
refer.
nodding their head? Go ahead.
Okay,
Mr.
Mr. Chairman.
Just a second. Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
I do have one question, because you have your senior policy analyst under Unit 101 is funded with the internal investment funds, as my understanding. And that doesn't quite make sense to me.
Okay.
I mean, in terms of where you allocate internal investment funds. So just explain to me what your thought process is there, why you would use internal investment funds dollars to do that.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. That position was located in this unit, 0601, which is funded with the investment income dollars, is what it is. And so we simply needed to repurpose that position, and the senior policy advisor does not only one of the reasons that it happens to be Matt Sackett, one of the reasons he was an attractive hire for us is because of his background in finance and economics. He's a key player in support of the treasurer on the SLIB. He represents us in investment matters and during SLIB meetings and executive sessions. He assists and works with the legal team on investment contracts as well as the investment team. He's included in their deliberations and concerns about asset allocation. He staffs the investment funds committee. So he's highly involved with investment-related matters.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kinski.
So Don, I'm on your multicolored sheet. I just want to make sure I'm following along. Under current budget, the third column has nothing. Under exception request, in the third column is Unit 602, Financial Accounting Division. Is that a new division?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, it is.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, if I may follow on.
Go ahead.
So then the, that's fine, I'm following along now, I've got it, thank you.
Yeah, and I think we need to tie the, someone else? Yeah, go ahead, Senator, Representative Summers, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just quickly, I mean, also, if you look at the exception request, Don, that section, you still have accountants in the unclaimed property division that you didn't move over. So if you're really trying to silo, jobs, why weren't they moved in?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Representative Summers, the attempt was to create, to set up our divisions in functional areas. The unclaimed property folks are specialized for unclaimed property, and it made sense for us to leave that division. And plus, they're funded with unclaimed property investment revenue, so it made sense to us to leave those folks together.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, but that doesn't hold true to Chairman Nicholas's point on the senior analyst and his funding.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, so the reason we left the position funded with the investment income is because we believe that the senior policy advisor is primarily, that the functions of his job are related to the investment function of our office. And so we used investment funds to fund, that's what we thought was the best use of funds to fund his position.
Okay. I really think that we got a good understanding of this, but now to tie it to page by page as we go through it, and there's some inconsistencies in there that our staff has come up with. We'll share with you. Maybe you've already seen them, and just so we get everything on the same page. Anyway, please proceed.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, the first request is in Unit 0101 Administration on page 16.
Page 16, thank you.
This request is intended to seek legislative approval for our accounting division reorganization. We reclassified one of our accounting positions, which was number 3, to an administrative assistant position in the administration division. This request will reduce special revenue and increase general fund in the amount of $155,164. The second position affected is an accounting manager position, number 11, which is currently funded with general fund. This position is one of the 2 vacant ones we have advertised, and it's for our investment accounting manager, which is more correctly funded with special revenue of $253,428. The net result to this budget for this request is a decrease in general fund of $98,264, which the governor did approve. The next request begins on page 17 and refers to our attempt to streamline our budgets by placing like positions and related support costs together, and this goes back to our desire for the investment team to be together, the accounting team that supports the investment team, maybe that's how I'll rephrase that to keep it separate from the unclaimed property division, and then our administrative people in a separate budget. This is merely a rearrangement of positions, which does not require additional funding. So this too will be a request you'll see elsewhere in the budget since it involves moving folks around. So this request is to move the senior policy, which is number 8, senior policy advisor, which is position 8, and that's going to be in your blue. In the current budget, he's a blue person, number 8, in Unit 0601, and we want to move him to Unit 0101, so he stays blue in the second section for the exception request and moves to 0101. Does that make sense?
So what number is it under the blue on Unit 601? Is it?
Mr. Chairman, it's.
0008?
Yes.
So 008 there goes to?
0101.
To 0101 under your exception request, and there it is. It shows up there.
Yes.
Just like it's supposed to. Got it.
That's the idea, Mr. Chairman.
I see how you're doing it. Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
So, Don, when LSO reviewed it, they found a couple inconsistencies in your D sheets. I think they started around on page 21. And I believe they've tried to reconcile that with you on those numbers. And so how are we coming along with that? Are those all addressed, or do we know, or?
Mr. Chairman, as far as I knew, that we had that resolved.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. And particularly on the pages where we're voting when we go through and work through the budget.
Mr. Chairman, I had just noticed, and maybe LSO can remind me, but there was one that was on the sheet as a general fund move to a general fund, which actually was a general fund to a special revenue, which might have kiltered the numbers, but I have it all footed. Michael was kind enough to share his worksheet with me to our request, so I think we're okay. So I'd be happy to work with LSO to follow up.
Okay, so Michael, just follow up with that, and let's make sure we're there, okay? Thank
Go
you.
ahead, Don, you got something?
Mr. Chairman, I think we have agreement on all of the tables which you will be voting on. It might be worth noting that the D sheets still have governor's recs, which are not equivalent to the agency's recommendation or request for like the benefit levels. They're sometimes off by several $1,000s. But you're not voting on those, but if we could perhaps get some agreement on the D sheets at a future time, we'll do so.
Okay,
Fair enough.
got that? Okay,
So, Mr. Chairman, the next position that was moving is position 35 and position 36, both of which are located in Unit 0901. And so that would be the yellow column on the first section of the current budget. And we're asking to move them into Unit 0101, because they're an attorney and an IT person. We think they belong in the administration unit. So you can see those yellow two at the bottom of Unit 0101 in the middle section for exception request. I do, Mr. Chairman, want to bring to your attention a request that's also in this table for $24,394 general funds. At the time we prepared our budget, we had asked for this additional money to reclassify a vacant position in our office to be a legal assistant because we identified some need for those services. And through this reorganization that has occurred since our budget was submitted, we've determined that one of our other staff members has capacity to be able to assume those duties or to provide some assistance. And so we respectfully request that you reduce our request by this $24,394.
now, are you, okay, page 18, is that where you are?
Mr. Chairman, we're on 17 still in the table there.
But that deals with the governor's denying 035 and 036, right?
Well, Mr. Chairman, he did approve, so he partially approved this request. So that's, I'm sorry, we're getting there. So he partially approved it. He approved the part to move the policy advisor into 0101, but he denied the part to move those folks out of the 0901 budget. So you can see that they are not in the bottom section of 0101 for the Gov's rec. He denied that. He put them back over in 0901.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Don, maybe you can help recollect things. But as I remember when we established that, that investment section, there was specifically an attorney that was in that development of that section, and we wanted that to be for that section. In other words, the attorney was supposed to be a function of that office, of that investment office. And so my question to you, if you want to move this, or my question to the good treasurer, is if you want to move that, is that going to broaden the scope of that attorney's work? Will it water down the use of that attorney's job, which was to be kind of focused on that investment team, as I remember when we established this?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Representative Summers, you're exactly right. That was part of the build-out team. And boy, does our attorney keep busy with those investment functions. Every time, so every new manager requires a new contract. Every time we want to add more money to a manager, it requires an addendum to the contract. She is fully engaged with all of those investment related responsibilities. She also, because she was the attorney, the House counsel in our agency before she became the special counsel after Betsy Anderson moved on with the governor, she assisted with unclaimed property. But the other attorney that we have in our office is the main attorney for unclaimed property, public records requests, HR issues. So her function remains with the investment team. The fact is, Mr. Chairman and Representative, we are attempting to make the agency holistic. because our investment team doesn't just do internal investing, they do all the investing for the agency. And so we're trying to bring a cohesive team aspect into the streamlined process of our groups. And so while she would be in the administrative division, it by no way diminishes her responsibilities to the investment team.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, who? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and I want to
Treasurer.
reinforce a point that Don made there, is that whether it's the legal team or whether it's the investing team, they're not bifurcated in their day-to-day duties with just internal investments or outside investments or legislative designated investments. It's their duties are basically derived by the task at hand and the emergency of that task at hand, or how often, how fast you have to get it done. So and that's why we're trying to reorganize this, is because we just don't have 3 new investors that are investment team that's just internally. They, their day starts off with, basically trying to figure out what we can do for the whole investment portfolio in every fund, because there's a lot of collaboration back and forth. So we wanted to essentially get the budget basically the way the office worked, and it's about the same way as the legal system. We've got a lead attorney that has the capacity to do the contracts and primarily works on those contracts. But there are times when we have a large project loan or something coming in where she has to kind of sidetrack some of those contracts and work on a large project, or some of the LDIs or different things like that, or some SLIB calendars, things that have to be put forth. She's also responsible for making sure that we get everything in front of the SLIB when it needs to be there. But the other attorney actually helps her in a lot of those different things, so it's a team concept. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So that, Curt, you were part of this. When we created this investment fund concept and the idea of paying more to the internal investment team, we took testimony from, folks from Alaska and from South Dakota and also from then State Treasurer, and their whole concept was, we want to award everyone on the team, not just the internal investment folks. And at the end of the day, we understand that concept, and holistically, it sounds like the right thing to do, but everything has to be viewed from the prospect of, we're state government, and we're still part of state government. And so no one, and so you can't come in and just establish salaries and say, this is what we want to pay. And our promise kind of to the treasurer at the time was, we're going to start this off with just the investment folks having exceptional salaries. And at some point, it may be, particularly after, if we can demonstrate performance and that people are satisfied with what we're doing and if we've done the right thing, to kind of raise all boats. On the other hand, what we don't want is a bunch of accountants or senior policy folks in your agency who make more than the governor's office or make more in other places or substantially more, without a really hard understanding of how they got there and why it's there. And so it's a balancing act, and it's a step-by-step process to get there. And so I just want to kind of reaffirm the idea, the concept is that we understand it. On the other hand, if we came in and said, we're raising everyone in the treasurer's office so that everyone, they're all going to make more money than anyone else in state government, we would never got the bill through. And it's a process of education, both for us as the JAC, for you as a new agency doing new things, and exploring new bounds of how we fund and pay professional staff and help, and making this whole thing fit everybody in all state government. So we'll work with you as much as we can on that, but we're also, part of our obligation is to keep our promise and our feet to the fire at the same time. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. You know where we're coming from. But certainly we appreciate everything that you do and what you're trying to do with that office and where it's going. So it's all good things. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next budget is Unit 0102. on the Investment Funds Committee, it's on page 22. This budget supports the administrative costs of our Investment Funds Committee. The governor did approve the standard budget, and we have no exception requests. The next unit is 0301 on page 27. This is the Veterans Tax Exemption budget, and we did submit 2 exception requests. The first one starts at the bottom of this page and is in the amount of $359,259 general fund, effective immediately to meet the 2019 obligations, which the governor did approve. Reimbursement payments, as you know, are made to counties in the fall each year based on actual exemption filings. So consequently, counties are short this money until any additional funds are authorized. The second request is on page 28, and it is for $914,598 general fund, which attempts to fully fund this program based on prior year reimbursements. As you can see, I prepared a table on page 28 near the bottom. The expenditures have risen continually year after year, and I do remember last year that Governor Meade included a recommendation in his budget. I suppose it would have been Governor Gordon, but Governor Meade too had in previous years asked the legislature to reconsider the effectiveness and funding of this pass-through program because it does continue to rise and it is simply 100% general funds. The governor did deny this request, but he did not include a comment to that effect this year. That's just a little background. The next budget is Unit 0601 on page 33. This is the...
And Don, excuse me, Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead.
Just remind me, the process is that we take all applications and then we do a proportionate distribution so that it's not a cutoff date, so if you don't apply in time, you don't get it.
Mr. Chairman, that's right. Their submissions for reimbursement are due to the Department of Revenue by September 1st. So all of the counties comply, and then the Department of Revenue submits a request for reimbursement to our office, and then we pro rata distributed the funds based on availability.
Sure, and I mean, we would all like to honor every request, but on the other hand, when revenues are shorter and we're cutting budgets and we're cutting other things, it's always a judgment call. So,
Mr. Chairman, I'll leave that to your capable decision-making hands.
thank you.
Okay,
So again, the next budget is 0601 on page 33. This is the one that's named manager payments. However, this is really more than that. This title of this unit is sort of left over from the days before we had internal investing options and when there were no investing happening in the treasurer's office where we're just managing managers. And so it made more sense then, but now, as I indicated to you on this reorganization sheet, this is the blue budget in the top line where we have a number of different folks. We've got the investment professionals, we've got some accountants, and then that senior policy advisor. We'd like to make this our investment division and have submitted requests to move the positions accordingly. So the first request on this page is the other side of that position move from Unit 0101 I referred to earlier, which is position 3, to reclassify the administrative assistant, and the governor did approve this request. So you can see that position 3 is moving from, again, we saw this in a 101, from the second column 0601 to the first column 0101. And the governor did approve that.
yes, go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Don, before you skip by the agency fund 426 on 35, could you just kind of go over that a little bit for me and tell me what all that's doing there, just so I have a better feel for it? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, so this is a new thing that the Budget Office asked to do, which actually is something that I thought was pretty helpful. This question came up, as you know. You all are always wanted to know what was the beginning balance, what was the end balance, what kind of money came in, came out. So I think this is a great addition to the budget books. So the Agency Fund 26 is where we are collecting the investment income from our investments. So all of the money is deposited here, and then transfers are made for payments to, with funding the staff, funding manager payments so some of our managers, when we do the contracts, the contract contemplates the fees being withheld before the income is released to us. Some of our contracts require us to make a physical payment after the funds have been remitted. So those kinds of payments would come out of this budget, out of this fund. And I think that, and then any 900 series expenditures that we're making for our supportive systems. So our accounting system, our risk analytics systems, so the things that I was talking about, Clearwater, we have Bloomberg, we have CompuStat, FactSet, all of these new tools that I've been learning about, how our investment professionals are able to perform their duties. So that's the kind of things that we pay for with that income. And then, of course, transfer to the general fund.
Mr. Co-Chair?
You done, Representative Summers? Go ahead, Mr.
So I do have a question. This is probably for Patrick. You know, what we hear over the last few years is that the commissions that are out of our investment advisors are charging are on a decline over from the various outside vendors. When I look at these numbers, I see a decline from 15-16 down into 17-18, but then an uptick in 19-20, then an uptick in 21-22. So my question is, are we reaping the benefits of getting lower investment service contracts with these outside vendors versus, you know, whoever we use? And if so, how can we demonstrate that? Because this is kind of so generic, we can't really follow to see if that's really happening or not.
And before you answer that, just to tag on to it, because that's a great question, and that's the whole purpose of what we were trying to get away from, you know, because of these numbers, and it seems to me we are going the wrong way, and that was the whole idea, to get internally to do it, and so we could reduce this amount. So yeah, please respond. I have the same concerns.
Mr. Co-Chairman, my name is Patrick Fleming. I'm the CAO for the Treasurer's Office. No, that is a great question. And what we have been doing is, from the process, the program that you implemented 3 years ago. So when we looked at it and we said, well, what kind of fees we're paying to the managers on an asset under management adjusted basis, as the fund has grown, we've saved approximately $24 million in fees by managing a combination of managing it in-house and also reducing the fees from the manager, negotiating some things down, but primarily from doing it more in-house, to where we're approximately right now about a third of the $21.5 billion under management we are doing in-house at this point. So your point of why are the fees going up? Well, one of the things that have changed over the years is with the SLIB board that dictates the asset allocation. They have decided to have a higher increase in some of the alternative managers. And our definition of the alternative managers would be real estate, private equity, and hedge funds. So where this is being funded is primarily from the fixed income portfolio. And when you look at what we're paying fixed income managers, our core bond managers are being paid somewhere in the range between 10 and 14 basis points. But with the alternative managers, for instance, we're negotiating right now, we just passed 2 small cap managers, and they were at 43 and 80 basis points. Real estate is between 1% and 2% management fee. Private equity is in the same magnitude. So as we gravitate more towards a more robust and potentially higher returning investment in the alternative sector, the fees will go up. Your point of how you can judge that is a great question, and that's something that we really focus on quite a bit. And I don't know if you remember in our last presentation, we showed how the state funds the cost of the management fees that the state pays in relation to all of the other funds around the state of Wyoming. So if you compare it to Utah, Idaho, Colorado, and what have you. So the way you do this is you say, okay, on a management fee basis, in relation to the assets under management, how many basis points in fees you pay. And that's probably the best way and most consistent of seeing what we pay. We're down to 23 basis points in fees, which is extremely low. I think Colorado Para was number 2 at 43 basis points, and they manage about 50% in-house. And then the highest would be WRS, which was, I believe, in the 60 basis points region. So as far as where we are, it's extremely low. I don't know of another sovereign fund that can be in that category, at least in this area. But they will be going up just because of the asset allocation that's dictated by going into some of these alternative investments.
Yeah, and to get in that a little bit, and of course, that's something that, to me, if you're gonna go from 14 basis points on getting an internal rate of return on a bond that could be blank versus 1%, which is huge, 100 basis points for real estate investment, which by itself is risky, but that's a decision made by SLIB, clearly out of our purview. And I just I don't know if I'd be jumping into real estate or not, but that's a decision that was made. What part of the assets is it? Is it about a third now? You know, a third is internally managed within the state treasurer's office, okay? And if that third is internally managed, are we doing real estate or alternative section investments, or is that primarily being handled by vendors outside of our own people and our own expertise?
Mr. Co-Chairman, if you look at the total portfolio, it would be approximately 10%, which would be in the alternative sector. So that is something that we're still very low on compared to other sovereign wealth funds. So when we're talking about increasing the allocations, it's at the margin. It's not like we're jumping in a big way. The difference is the real estate, as you alluded to, our yield now on the core bond funds are extremely low. The aggregate right now is yielding about 2.3%.
What's the real estate?
This would be the core real estate fund, which would be...
Is it an REIT? Is that what you're getting into? Or?
Mr. Co-Chairman, no, this would be with a core bond manager. So what we're doing is we're increasing the allocation to an existing manager, which is Clarion, and they manage versus the Odyssey index. The yield right now on most of the Odyssey funds would be in the 4.5 to 5.5 range on the yield basis. And so how we look at it is kind of on a relative basis. So we would look at cap rates in the real estate sector versus where treasuries are. And real estate is one of the more compelling areas. It obviously doesn't go without risk, but these are not hotels and land, development land, and so forth. What we're talking about would be central business district office properties, logistics. We'd have retail space. It's the 4 main components of the real estate area, but it's not as speculative as the non-core real estate, which you would get into a higher levered fund and more of these more volatile real estate investments.
Well, personally, and Representative Walters and I have looked at some of those deals, maybe other members of this committee has as well, and the cap rate is all well and good, but it's the length of the lease and how you look at that. And so what you're saying is the expertise that they bring to the table for the 1 to 2% looks at a cap rate, looks at the volatility of what they're doing, instead of something high risk would be more like a commercial real estate in downtown Denver that's doing really well, and that's what you're talking about. So they actually invest in a commercial development that has a decent cap rate, has a long-term lease of somebody that comes in and moves, and you're buying part of the developer's interest. Is that correct?
Mr. Co-Chairman, that is correct. It really depends upon the real estate sector that you're looking at for the lease rates. For instance, the most recent one we're looking at is more of a logistic firm, and the existing properties that they have right now have 8.5-year leases, and these are all with the Amazon, DHL, things like that. And so it really depends on the sector, the time of the cycle, whether you want to have a really long-term lease. So right now, we like long-term leases because our view is that we will be heading into a recession.
What's the cap rate on your 8-year lease, roughly? What are they looking at?
This one would be between 6.5% and 7% on most of these properties, and this is the high flow through the last mile of the delivery area that we're looking at. So it's that very end piece that is in demand. So it really depends where some of these central business district properties are going to have a cap rate of around 3%. So it really depends. You can get across the board different cap rates depending upon the risk of the investment.
We get back to the co-chair's original question on the alternative sector that we're looking at. It's hard to compute billions of dollars in my mind, but if it's 10% of a third relative to this continuing to go up, I'm sure you've done the math. And so I guess it is what it is based on what SLIB's doing. It just seems to me like that it should be going the other way, but it's hard to run those numbers through my mind when you're talking about 10%, a third of 21 billion, and you take out the bonds and all that. So I can't track it right now, but I don't think we need to have that. That's just a philosophy in the direction we're going there.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Reverend Senator Kinski.
If I may, Mr. Fleming, I just want to make sure that I'm tracking along. So as I recall from the initial debates and the initial conversations we had about this, all you're bringing in-house is the strategies that are suitable to passive index type investing, and that where maybe you were paying 25 basis points, you can manage it lower internally, but you're still going to stay with outside managers on those where you think they can add alpha through active management in the more inefficient markets like emergings and small cap and the alternative realm. Do I have that correct, or are we going to start bringing some of these alternative strategies and real estate strategies in-house as well?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, no, as it stands now with the limited individuals that we have a total of 7. The only areas that we really can bring in-house right now is what we really call the low-hanging fruit, the areas that you alluded to, which would be the core bond areas, the large cap equities. We could do some small cap, and we could do some international large cap equities as well. But as far as bringing in a real estate team, that would require 25 to 50 individuals to do something like that.
Okay, and may I follow on if I may? So then when the SLIB is reaching for these more alternatives, more real estate, they haven't changed the bands on the portfolio, have they? They're just going to the higher end of the band on real estate and alternatives, or did they actually broaden or change the asset allocation to allow for more alternatives in real estate and so forth?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, no, they're slightly increasing the risk of the portfolio. So if you look at, by statute, we can have 70% of the fund invested in equities and alternatives. So if you're looking at that you'd say, you'd have 60, at today's level, you'd have 60% equities and 10% alternatives. If you're maxed out, we're still very, very low on that. We're in the 50, almost 58% of the risk assets. So we still have, approximately 15% of risk to put on the books if we wanted to. So at the margin, we're tweaking it and getting a little bit more risky, but because of this environment, it's so difficult. The SLIB board has been very, very prodigious in not looking at taking on a lot of risk in a late cycle of the environment that we're on, especially with these valuations. These valuations are just quite high. So what they're trying to do is just take a marginal incremental risk in areas that we feel that we're underweight. Some of the allocations were what they wanted to do was back in 2018, and we're just gradually increasing. It's called a pacing schedule. So for instance, in private equity, they allocated a $200 million increase in private equity over the next 3 years. We put in the first 200 last year, we'll put in another 200 in 2020, and another 200 million in 2021. So these are all long-term, well-thought-out plans to try and increase our risk exposure and hopefully have a better risk-adjusted return.
Yeah, along that same line, Patrick, the PE ratios, and certainly you could argue that they are out of line, and when you look at the overall market performance. Do you do like the investment managers in-house, where you look at not going to name particular stocks, but their prices, their PE ratio is reasonable, and yet they have a guaranteed dividend of 5%. We know who they are. Is that something, a decision would be made to get into that for our state internally? Or you look at having outside investors make those kind of decisions? To me, that's low-hanging fruit.
Mr. Co-Chairman, yes, another great question, and that's something that we do both internally and externally. So for instance, with the change in trying to increase more income to the state, the SLIB board in the last asset allocation increased two different areas of investment, which would be the preferred stock areas that are yielding in that 5% range, and also in the MLP, the Master Limited Partnership area, where we've increased, we have about $1 billion exposure there, where right now the index is yielding approximately 10%. So in that area for these high dividend paying areas, we are increasing the exposure, and we have increased the exposure to those areas. But also what you're referring to when you have certain areas like utilities and the energy sector, which is very high dividend paying. Those are factor parts of the sector. So when we're investing in certain factors. And one of the factors would be high dividend paying stocks. And so that's something that we're working on right now to look specifically at that factor to be able to overweight those sectors. Our managers do the same thing when they look at equity. Energy stocks, we'll just stay on that, has not performed well. That's one of the worst performing sectors in the S&P. Right now, it is just a very, very cheap area. And some of our managers have been taking more exposure into that area just because of the valuation is very reasonable.
Well, yeah, and some of those MLPs, you're having 11% dividends, and their stock's trading at a reasonable PE ratio, and that's what you're looking at. So, thank you. Okay. Please continue. Stay up there too, Patrick. We might have another question. Okay. While you're there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we were on page, Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, did I answer all? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, then first request is on page 37, and this is, again, the other side of that position move that we talked about in Unit 0101. On page 38 is our second request, and this involves moving those folks out of the 0901 internal investment unit into the functional areas. We wanted to move 4 of those investors into this unit 0601. Then we wanted to move the accountants out. So those you can see are coded blue in the current budget in unit 0601, still blue, but now represented in unit 0602 in the second section, the middle section of the worksheet. And then, of course, our policy advisor that we've already discussed. The governor, again, partially approved this request. He denied to move the people that are housed in the internal investment team build-out budget and preferred to keep that budget separate, but he did approve to move the senior policy advisor position.
So Don, Mr. Chair, just give us your feedback on the governor's recommendation. I mean, it's either your or them or something in between. Does it make a big difference other than what your preferences and organizational charts? There's logic to both of them, but in some ways, at least from a outside point of view, the governor's recs I can understand why he's doing it. So my guess is, do you have any other added comments of why we should follow your request?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, our desire is to, is to reiterate what I said before, is that our investment team is a team, and they don't function separately as internal investors or external investors. They are all, we don't have it streamlined such that those 3 positions, investment positions in that 0901 unit are functioning as internal investors only. They're all doing everything. And and so we would like to have our budgets reflective of how our functionality is in the office. So the investment division, at the end of the day, Mr. Co-Chair, it obviously doesn't make a difference. It just is a better, when we're buying supplies, for instance, it just streamlines and makes it easier for us to, when we're doing contracts, do we have to contract, encumber some funds within 0601 and 0901 for Bloomberg because the 2 people, we've got folks in either place. Do we have to say some of we could separate all of our fact set, we could, it's just easier to streamline the operations, to keep the investment expenditures. The other thing is it's easier to pull them out. If you're having supplies for accountants and supplies for investors, how do you actually attribute your expenditures to that team? It's, again, Mr. Chairman, at the end of the day, it's totally possible, we're doing it, but it just makes more sense to us to bring those functional areas
And
together.
Mr. Co-Chair, I suppose at the end of the day, at least my personal concern is more about how you're funding those positions versus how you line up and manage your office. So I'm just curious.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coach, it's the same revenue source.
Yeah.
So,
The question I have along that same vein is when I look at 4 investment positions from 901 to 601, the dollar amount is 4.5 million, and we're talking about 4 positions. And then you know, the next one that you deny is 3 positions, $1.2 million. Again, the same type of scenario, 601 to 901. The numbers don't seem to track in any kind of rationale that I can analyze. Help me out to get the, you know, I mean, you're not getting 4 people making $4.5 million. I get that. Tell me how that tracks in these numbers and these dollar amounts.
Mr. Chairman, let me see if I follow where you're getting 4.
Well, I'm looking on page 40. The governor's denial of 4 positions and associated costs of $4.5 million for 4 positions. And similarly, on page 41, it's 3 positions, $1.2 million. You can get the information to
Well,
me.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the 4.5 million is not, it includes the support costs, which is the 900 series that we wanted to move. It's not just the salaries for those 4 positions. So we wanted to move all of the positions and their related support costs so that all of that money is together in one budget, so that we aren't separating our contracts.
Well, and that's exactly my question, Dawn, is, you know, that's about $1,150,000 per position of whatever you're talking about to move. That seems just like a lot of money for 4 investment positions. That's what I'm trying, and just get us some information to support that. It just seemed like a lot of money for 4 positions.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think the problem is that it's in the, maybe in the way that the governor's recommendation is worded, because we requested to move more than 4 positions from 0901. We wanted to move those into 0601, and we wanted to move those other folks into 602. He denied the whole thing that was here. So we have not only our investment folks, but we have our accounting folks.
Well, but if we go along with the governor's recs, you know, there's 4.5 million less of an exception request, but if we agree with it, 4.5 million more at special revenue, I get that. But I'm just trying to see where the money would go. It just seems like a lot of money to me for 4 positions. So just, if you can help me out on that one. I think that's where Representative Nicholas was going as well, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I will take a closer look at how the request is worded and try to parse that out for you.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, it isn't those associated costs and other costs, because it isn't just the positions and the benefits associated with them. You know, there's a lot of administrative and legal and accounting costs that's all associated with the whole unit. So, but we can line item those so you see what's associated.
Well, I was gonna say, if you're paying them 1.2 million, I'm in the wrong business. Per year, per biennium, it's biennium, I get that. Anyway, if you
Mr. Chairman,
provide that, I'd
I
appreciate it.
think part of the problem is that our request was for 3.5 million, and the governor said he denied 4.5. I just think it's a typo. But I'll definitely track that down.
Pretty good typo. On
He
his part
really
or
didn't
your
want us to
part?
move them.
It's on our part. JAC takes responsibility for everything. Anyway, would you clarify that for us, please?
Will do.
Any other questions in that area? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the next exception request is on page 40, and this is the one that is for the additional 3 positions that I spoke to you about in my introduction.
Yeah, this is the one we just talked about.
Well, this is the other part of that. This is 1.2 million, and this is separate from the last one of moving.
All right, well, I mentioned that too, but go ahead.
I'm sorry. So this one deserves a little more attention for us, because the way that the governor approved this, our idea is that we want to build our investment acumen to include more expertise in alternative lines, at the same time building a bench of talent to ensure resilience and longevity. The treasurer and Patrick are going to talk to you about those positions, but the biggest problem that we have here is that the governor recommends approval of these positions, not within 0601, he wants them to be in 0901, but he wants us to reduce our 900 series, which is our contractual line item, in order to pay for these. And I'm sure that the treasurer and Patrick will speak to you a little more about that, but that is absolutely a non-starter for us. If that is the tack that the committee takes, if you adopt the governor's rec, we will simply not hire these positions because we cannot afford to reduce our 900 series by this amount of money at all. That money pays for all of those tools that I was talking about. Electronic ticketing, Bloomberg, CompuStat, FactStat, Clearwater Accounting System, Jackson Walker Legal Services. We have a number of services that are supported through those contracts in the 900 series and simply do not have the kind of budget authority that would allow to fund 3 positions out of our 900 series. So while I'll leave you with that, and I'll hand it over to Treasurer and Patrick to talk to you about how these positions would be utilized if we received funding for them.
Yeah, let's just break it down. I'd like to do position by position and then also the intern program. That sounds like a neat deal to me, but
Yeah.
appreciate it.
One position, we're short one position in our, I guess, stack of positions that we need for our fixed income investment. And so we need a senior investment person in that. Patrick is kind of doing double duty between fixed income and CIO. And so we want to get some redundancy in that particular area there. The other one would be a credit analyst expert, and that can go.
Before you go on,
yeah.
Mr. Co-Chair, so what you're doing with that position, what you're doing with that new position is you're adding on to the investment funds team that we've kind of put together in the initial project and saying, okay, now let's add more to start building a bench.
Yeah.
Basically. Yeah?
Right.
Fair statement?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so this position then would be funded would be 80%, come in as a senior investment advisor. What would that?
I think that was at 150, was it, Patrick? That one?
Mr. Co-Chairman, yeah, the one senior investment officer, the salary on that would be $189,000, and according to Don's amounts on a biennium basis with everything, it's almost $500,000 at $498, $175, $179.
So this is Patrick Jr.
Mr. Chairman.
This actually was the original senior investment officer. What we had talked about, this would actually be for much more for a credit analyst position. Is if we were saying if we only had one position to fill, the number one position that we were looking for right now would be for a credit position, because everything that we do is involved in credit, and so that was the number one requirement that we had, is for a credit staff individual.
So just to make sure we understand, if we add any person to the investment team, this would be the position.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part.
If we add any additional person to your investment team, your base team, this would be the position to add. Mr. Co-Chairman, in the discussions that we've had internally and with the IFC, the number one position that we were saying that would be most need and that could impact the majority of the funds that we are managing would be a credit position. Can I just one phrase just to say kind of where we are in the big picture? If you look at the largest funds out there, the Nakubo study showing that a fund our size has on average 23 investment professionals, and we are currently at 7. We're at the same size as WRS, which is a third of our size, and we are managing funds internally, which takes up a significantly more number of staff and positions. So what we're saying is if we had any positions, if we were only limited to very small positions, what would we do? And we kind of broke it down into these sectors of what we would try to do initially. Okay.
And so if you look at that, Patrick, and you too, Curt, so you go from 21 to 7, and we're 60 million, you would think you would need the corresponding reduction in the 900 series that goes out in terms of the other ones. And we have a new investment strategy, I get that. But then if you bring people internally, you ought to have I'm just not tracking and the number goes up. That's where I just seem to lose it all. And if I'm making sense to what you're saying, you go from 21 to 7, External managers, obviously, that's a huge reduction in the amount of money that goes out. We're trying to do that internally. And if we do it internally, we need more positions, but we're not paying them, the difference between 7 versus 21, yet we're paying them a substantial amount of money, and how that tracks, and yet the money goes up.
Well,
That's where where I'm having trouble.
Okay, it's going up because of the asset allocation.
I understand that, Curt,
Yeah,
but it's still such a small percentage, I just don't see it. Maybe you could break that out a little more.
Right, but to do the next level, if you, as far as if you're gonna get into these different alternative asset allocations, it takes a big boost in people. And I guess if you look at some of the other funds that are out there and you get into, say, South Dakota, they've got 15 analysts for their stock markets. And we basically have a two-man team, and again, with this credit analyst, and the fixed income, that would free up some of Patrick's time to be able to work in those areas there. But, it's, the jump in capacity is a large one to go into any of these alternative things, because you also have to have the expertise in-house, but you also have to have the expertise in market. And so no matter what, and these folks that are in those things, they've got 2, 3, 5-man teams in the major markets if they're in real estate, plus a 20-plus team in-house. You're looking at probably doing a 40-person team. Now, you could probably do it for 50 basis points, but that's a big jump. We're not really ready to take that jump or even contemplate it right now. What we can contemplate, I think, is building the capacity in the fixed income, building the capacity in the credit all the way across all these different things. Because the credit person is going to help with legislative designated investments and public purpose investments. And I tell you guys, I didn't know how much time it takes for a large project loan. But it takes a lot of time out of the investment team. Both Patrick and Robin, the last one that we've gone through, I would guess probably for a good month, it was 10 or 15% of their time. And so, the credit person is going to be able to alleviate a lot of that. And that's going to make Patrick's time more valuable.
So,
and I think you look at the return too. I think we'll get better returns because we're going to have more information to make the right decisions.
maybe another way to say it, Mr. Co-Chair, if you go back to that page 35, had we kept all of the investment fund managers external, that estimated cost of $57 million of expenditures would have been $67 or $77 million. And then with your added alternative investments, that would go up to $85 or $90 million versus the $63 million or $70 million that we have now. Is that a better way to explain it, Patrick?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, that is correct.
And then you take it one step further and you go from 21 to 7, which would be, if you reverse it, you go from 57 to 87 million, but you're looking at 5 people that do it internally. So that's a heck of a lot of, 5 million are gonna do what you had with the 14 outside investment managers. So, yeah, I think I get it now. It would help to give those estimates to us, just to see a bigger picture.
And we can do it on a risk-adjusted return basis. That's how we do our asset allocations. So you guys understand the constraints that we have, as far as moving into more riskier investments at this late stage in the cycle.
And also, Mr. Chairman, if I could just add, when you first granted us these positions 3 years ago, as the treasurer mentioned, we just filled this last position this summer. And so we remitted back all those funds. We didn't use those. We're not going to go out. I think these are for January 21 would be the start date. Right now, we have our hands full of doing what we're trying to do and get our feet on the ground and really perform now that we have a full staff. But going forward, if we're looking for the long-term kind of build-out of where it would evolve to, this is what we're talking about. But if the positions aren't there, it's not like you just go out and hire these individuals just to do it. It has to fit, and you have to find the right person, which is difficult.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chairman, really, I think this is a conversation that we're going to have next year, because we're not planning on filling those things till next year. They wanted a biennium budget to bring them forward. But, I think, you know, I think we can have this conversation next year. We're gonna have a lot more detail and meat on the bones that we can put on these. You know, they're essentially placekeepers because we were asked to put them in place.
Well, and I think, getting back to what the co-chair said, I think all of us agreed that that's the direction we want to go. And it started and we're making progress, but to explain this on the floor as this scenario we just went through, you know, might get lost in the discussion. So I think anything you can do to help, and maybe the way Representative Nicholas talks about it in terms of the difference we would have and how we're doing it and how we're allocating would be helpful. And a lot of it's just your thoughts and what you think it might have been, but you can narrow that down, Patrick, I think, to some real numbers. And that'll help us explain it and see what we do, whether we agree with the governor, or whether we agree with you, or whether we do our own thing. Whatever it is, we can have some more information to help make a better decision.
We can come up with an alternative budget based on no internal management, I guess, and price that out and see what it is. You know, years ago it was $6 million. I'm not sure what it would be now.
Okay.
Mr.
Continue.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Senator Kinski.
As long as we're asking for follow-up information, I just, whether this is Mr. Fleming or the treasurer on page 41, we were talking about the governor recommending the addition of the positions, but funding it out of contract services, the 900-901 series. And in the investments unit, I see the contract services are $2.9 million. I don't know if that's where he's referring to, or the total contractual services is a $56 million. But Don had made reference to Bloomberg, and that the interpretation was the governor was going to cut out all the tools you need for investment, Bloomberg, and you listed a whole host of things. And so I wonder if you might give us some information on what are the, one, why is the assumption that it's going to come out of your investment tools rather than the whole 56 million? But two, if you have some indication that that is where the governor's indicating it should come out of, tell us what those investment tools are in there and what it is you're afraid you're going to lose to fund the 1.217 million in the additional positions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Chair. I'm not asking for that tonight. That's a follow-on.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason we assumed it was coming out, just one little piece to address that, of 0901 is because that's where he told us to take it, out of that, the contractual services in that unit. So that's why we assumed that. So, Mr. Chairman, thanks for your time on that. Let's see where we... there's another request on page 41 for 2 summer interns. I spoke to that in my opening comments about wanting to support and nurture Wyoming talent, as well as to create a bench for us. The retirement system has this opportunity whereby they have students from the university come over and intern, and we actually are privileged to have hired 2 of those folks that previously interned at the retirement system. So it's been a really good program, and so we recognize that and would like to join join in, and that request was
As long as you
denied.
don't let retirement take them from you.
Mr. Chairman, we would do our best for sure. The next unit then is 0602, and that's on page 49. This is the new division for our new unit for the financial accounting division. Again, this unit refers to the positions that we would like to move into this accounting division unit from the 0901 unit, as well as 0601. The first request is to move the accounting manager position number 11 from unit 0101. And you can see on our worksheet here that accounting manager, that is position number 11, is in the gold highlight under unit 0101 in the current budget, and it appears in unit 602 in our exception request, the 3rd column over. And then we repurposed through the B11 position 15 from the unclaimed property division. So that was position number 15, and it was again green. So from the top column, Unit 0801, you can see the green position 15 in Unit 602. And that position has been reclassified to our financial accounting administrator. These two positions result in an increase of $560,758 in special revenue, which the governor did approve. The next request is starts at the bottom of page 49, and this is the one to move our folks into their functional areas. Again, we're requesting to move the accounting positions from units 0601, and so 0601 is the blue positions that you'll now see in 0602 in the middle column on the second row, second section, and then the accounting positions from 0901 that are highlighted in yellow that now appear in 602. So 602 is quite a rainbow. The governor partially approved this request. He denied to move the people that are housed in the internal investment team build-out budget, preferring to keep them separate. The next unit is 0603, and that is on page 55. This is our WildStar 1 budget. The WildStar program allows local governments to commingle their funds to achieve higher investment returns. The governor approved the standard budget, and we had no exception request. The next budget is a new unit, 0604, on page 59. This is WildStar 2. In the statute, WildStar investments there is permissive investing for local governments for longer-term investments. So we're keeping those separate in WildStar, and we'd like to keep the fees separate as well to track expenditures to the investment manager and depository bank. The governor did approve this request. The next budget is Unit 0801, unclaimed property. The first exception is on page 65. This is the other side of that vacant position move that I was talking about from our financial accounting administrator.
Okay, Co-Chair.
Could we just going to page 64? I'm confused about the table where you have on the unclaimed properties, and you're having it go from 4 million to 0 in 21-22. I just can't follow the logic of that. Could you explain that?
It's the investment income that he's talking about.
I do, Mr. Chairman, and I feel like this, I see the same thing, same problem you do. Mr. Chairman, it looks like we have not completed the expenditures and revenue in our 1920 estimate. And I apologize for that omission. Would you like me to prepare a corrected version of this
Sure,
table?
at your convenience. At your convenience.
Okay, thank you so much. I apologize for that. The first, Mr. Chairman, the first exception request in this unit is, as I was saying, on page 65, and that's the one to move the financial accounting administrator position. So what we did, this was a vacant position in the unclaimed property division that we identified as one that is not needed there anymore. So we reduced how that position was funded, and we moved it to 0602, the accounting division, and added the money that the governor did approve in Unit 0602 that we talked about just a moment ago. The next request.
Before you leave that on the unclaimed property, the fund balance is, we think, was 85 million in 19, at the end of the fiscal year 20. And as I understand that under the statutes, that remains there for a period of time, and then go through that a little bit with me, and what we could expect to see in 21, 22, and the investment income will probably go up proportionally. Could you provide that when you get a chance?
Mr. Chairman, I would be happy to do that. The fund, I do know that the amounts remain in that fund in perpetuity. There is no authority for us to, some states have a mechanism whereby after the funds have remained unclaimed for so long that the funds are transferred to the general fund. Our state does not have that.
And Mr. Co-Chair, Don, we talked about that last year or the year before, about drafting a bill that captured at some point in time those unclaimed property funds. Can you refresh my memory on it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And in fact, a committee looked at this over the interim Only one state, I believe, currently has a cutoff date, that's the state of Illinois. But the committee did look at that, but there was no action on it. If we wanted to resurrect that again, that's possible.
Well, I would be curious to know what Illinois does, if it's a 25-year or 35-year or whatever it is.
I don't recall, but we can find that.
Mr. Chairman, I would say too that two notes about this. The 4 million, I'm not sure that I feel like that I'm comfortable with that number, because as a result of the liquidation of the state agency pool where the unclaimed property fund is housed, we pulled the LSRA out of that, and the returns on that fund, that pool, are going to be much less as a result of not having as much money to invest. Is that a fair statement? The percentage return is going to be a lot smaller to this account. And the other thing is, if we
Well, before you go on, because you have a sizable account sitting there all the time, there's no reason why this couldn't be invested in something, go into the Pool A. So, and if we need statutory or other components of it, we ought to do it.
Let's do that, Mr. Co-Chair, look at Pool A for sure, and then look at, other possibilities, talk about what we might do with that fund.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a good idea. I think the reason it probably has been held in the state agency pool is because at any time, if those investors, if those property owners were to claim their property, we'd have to have that liquid capital to return to them.
We can take care of it.
The other thing about that too is the enforcement side of it. Primarily, this is like checks show up and they can't find the person or whatever, so we take that money and there's a process we go through. There's a lot of interesting things that go on in the royalty owners out there on your oil and gas interests and how that gets lost in the shuffle. And in terms of enforcement, you really don't enforce it, you just take what's available. And, so I don't know what we do in that regard. There's millions of dollars in royalties that are unpaid out there that we probably don't even know about, that are just, I don't know where they are. If you look at Delaware law, they have, you could incorporate under Delaware law, and they have certain things they say about unclaimed property, but they defer to the state of Wyoming. But if you set up your corporation in Delaware, you have your royalty owners, and you can put the money with the oil company or gas or whatever, but it's under Wyoming law, it should go here, but you never see it.
No, Mr. Chairman, it's in Delaware.
And I just don't know how we enforce that. I don't know.
I don't know if we can, Mr. Chairman, because Delaware has a lot of companies that have these gift cards. And if you never use them, then they revert back and they're in Delaware. And it's difficult to say the least.
That's gonna solve our problem with spending. We'll just go get that money. Yeah, Representative Larson, go ahead.
Thank you. Don, help me on that priority 6 there. You're saying you don't need that 48,000 anymore, which was for rental space, and the funding for that came out of your investment income, is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, all of this is a self-sustaining unit that is funded from investment income from the unclaimed properties that we have the hold for owners.
So then, follow up, Mr. Chairman. Sure, Representative Larson. So, Kevin, I'm needing to understand why on the governor's, he's wanting to take that funding and move it to 301. I don't understand what he's saying there. Because what I think they're saying is we just don't need it anymore. Let it go, stay in that investment income.
Mr.
What's
Chairman,
the governor doing?
Their position was that they wouldn't need it for the 21-22 biennium, but I think we agreed they'll need it in the 23-24. Also, with the statewide cost allocation, when we agreed with the federal government, we do have a 2-year look back on the formula that we send to the Federal Health and Human Services that gives us the clearance for authorized statewide cost allocations or allotted federal dollars. Once that formula is written, they don't care what happens on the state side. So what we're saying here is let's collect this money from unclaimed property and put it into the general fund in 21-22 and avoid having to come back in 23-24 and put it back in the statewide cost allocation and then explain it to you again.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's continue.
Final exception request in Unit 801. So now we're almost to the end. We're in Unit 0901 on page 73. And once again, we are talking about the movement of positions. This unit was created to track the expenditures related to the investment team build-out in 2017, and our contention, as you know, is that we believe that that has been accomplished and that we are one team and want to be in one unit. Our request is to zero out this budget and move the positions and related support costs to their respective functional areas in the budget, which you've seen. And as I told you before, the governor denied this request, preferring to retain the separate budget. While we still respectfully request that you move the positions, again, just reiterating, it's just a simple movement of positions, not a request for additional funds. The overarching issue here is that when he denied this request, he also reduced our budget to $6 million. So if you look, if I want to take you to past the exception requests on page 77 to the unit table, in the standard budget, you can see that our standard budget was $6.4 million, 6.466. We asked in the next column 4 to move all of that money and zero it out. And the governor said no, and when he put the money back, he only gave us $6 million, so we cut our budget by almost $500,000. Not only that, he further reduced our budget by his recommendation to fund those 3 positions from our 900 series, which you can see on that line, the 0901. It goes from $3.7 million to $2.2 million. Again, so let me get back to the $6 million. There's no reason identified for this reduction, but I believe the governor is attempting to limit the amount to the original budget authorization when the build-out occurred in 2017. That budget was built under this idea of a 2-to-1 ratio, meaning a reduction of $12 million. And if we could demonstrate, the Treasurer's Office could demonstrate a reduction of $12 million in fees, external manager fees, then we would receive $6 million in funding for the internal investment function in office. To date, we've demonstrated a savings of $24 million. So under that theory, our budget could be $12 million. We're not asking.
Let's hold on to $24 million you saved. Just provide us some information on that, how you've calculated that.
Yeah, and Mr. Co-Chair, part of the problem is that in the original legislation, it was capped at $6 million. And so that's the number that is out there. But what I would like, when we're done, Erica, is just to kind of get a response back, and if there's any clarifications of the governor's position, just let us know as we kind of munch through this. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just, if you don't, I'll finish up here. So we really believe this is an arbitrary reduction. In addition, the legislature authorized salary adjustments for investment personnel that come with commensurate benefits. You did that in the 2019 budget bill, and in fact, the budget bill itself, you appropriated more than $6 million. Those additional funds need to be biennialized. That contemplates, we were already over $6 million. As you can see, we have not increased any other line item in our budget, simply the 100 series, commensurate with the legislatively authorized salaries for these positions. So it's troubling and confusing, and I will look forward to any clarification from staff as well, because we are perplexed for sure.
And Mr. Co-Chair, if I might, at some point between now and obviously January, with discussions with the governor's office, but particularly with Dawn and Michael, so that we can, because we're all a bit confused by the whole thing and how it was put together and where the numbers come out and how many, and so what we want to know, is have kind of a simple breakdown that at some point, Don, you'll be able to provide to us before we go into markup, so we fully understand all the components of it, and when we make a decision, we know exactly what we're doing, and that, so.
To me, it's pretty easy, the amount of money you saved and how you justify it versus what you think the cost would be and why you're not allocated to have it to cover what you need. And to me, that's how I would look at it. And it's hard to track that going through there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman. I will just, we're almost to the end. I just want to reiterate that we have, as Patrick said, we're implementing the asset allocation that was anticipated and contemplated by the SLIB and you in the last several years. We're getting it done, and we believed that the budget was created, when you created that budget, it was with the idea that it was the amount that we needed to get the work done, and we believe that too. And so to come now and say that, to remove $1.5 million from the 900 series that we're using to pay for our analytics systems and our accounting systems is just counterintuitive. So again, if that's what you did, that's where you land, we just won't hire those positions because we feel like those tools are important. And again,
Well, and
we'll
Mr.
provide-
Co-Chair, I think those are kind of two different things, and the governor is saying two different things when he's doing that, but we can work our way through that.
So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll just move on to the final budget, 2001 on page 81. And this is the Native American motor vehicle exemption. This is a pass-through fund program, and the governor approved the standard budget, and there are no exception requests for this one. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and on that one, real quick, like Representative Larson knows the answer. Is that, I think that's the Oklahoma Supreme Court decision that says we can't collect registration fees from the members of the tribes. Is that not correct?
I think that's
I
correct.
think it's an Oklahoma Supreme Court decision that says that
So, Mr. Co-Chair.
On the reservation.
on the reservation.
What I would like, Mr. Co-Chair, is to get an update on how your agency is progressing in getting everything inputted, getting the pool fund, straightened out so we can make distributions on, and account balancing, where we're at. I know that we were hoping to be done by December 6th, and now where are we at? What's our new projected date? And also, how are we doing with making sure we get all the information on the CAFRs, so that that can be done on a timely basis?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman, thank you. So that is, we have been primarily focused on those audit requirements for the CAFR and the auditor's office, as well as MHP. The McGee, Hearn & Pies is the outside external accounting firm. Both our office and the auditor's office had meetings with MHP this morning, who have identified two things that that are outstanding from our office that they need to be able to submit a substantially materially accurate draft of the CAFR on Friday. We anticipate, since we've been here this afternoon, the idea was to have that done by the end of today. So,
It's early.
is it early? Okay, I don't even know what time it is. Yeah, so we have till midnight, right? COB, the way we do business, it's all day long, Mr. Chairman. So anyhow, I don't know where we are in that, but the plan was to get those done. We are waiting for a confirmation letter from JP Morgan, and we had another, there's one other thing that we were waiting on. So, Mr. Chairman, that is where we have been focused.
So let's go back on that. And the treasurer was talking about a confirmation letter from JP Morgan. Do we have a reasonable time frame? Have they communicated with them on how long they're going to need in order to do that, to cross-fit the...
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, again, supposedly today, we elevated the issue, ran it up the chain at JP, because this should be a matter of, it shouldn't be that hard. So we were hoping to, again, I haven't been in the office, that was done this morning. This afternoon, we've been working on the budget, so I'm happy to send you an email in the morning to let you know where that is if you like. But that's my understanding for now. As for our implementation of our plan sub-accounting, I think that's what you were getting to about our being able to do our distributions. That honestly has suffered because we have focused attention on our CAFR audit requirements. So should that, I do know that our financial accounting administrator, Katie, spoke with JP Morgan this morning about that plan sub-accounting issue. They have dialogue going. They are negotiating and reworking and reconciling all of those balances, and so it's in the process of being completed.
Yeah, and those will get done, and we'll have CAFRA behind us, and we'll have the sub-accounts done and understand all that. The thing that's really helpful after we get that completed, and you're all working diligently with our auditor, I get that, is those monthly reports that we could, those are really helpful to just gives us an idea, particularly on the unrealized capital gains and our bond income and some of those things. And I don't know, Mr. Treasurer, when you'll get those done, but that's helpful. Maybe, maybe after the session next year or before, hopefully, we can get some of that information rolling our way again. That's really helpful.
I think we kind of got a swag on the rebalancer on part of it, but we don't have anything definite yet. It appears it's probably going to be an optional rebalancing. It's probably going to be within the bands of our asset allocations, and we'll take a look at, I guess, a lot of different factors to determine,
And what you might do to Curt and Don, I don't know, the last one we had, it's been a while ago, maybe rather than try to go back and do it month by month, do it a quarterly or even bring it to date of where we are, like a 6 month, something like that. So we can, if someone asked me today, what is our unrealized capital gains, I don't know. I know what the last report says, but I think it's probably changed. And you probably know off the top of your head, but it'd be nice to, and maybe you don't know. That would be some, and I think we've got a handle on the losses, which is.
The question is, do you want to see them before or after you leave town?
Let's not talk about when we realize it.
Okay.
But it'd be nice to know what that number is and how, and the other thing that I really think is beneficial is you're doing more in the private equity. And I think that was driven by looking at the successes we've had in some of the private equity investments. And listening to what you're saying and some of those things, we're taking a bigger risk on, we're paying more, but our returns are better. That really helped me to see that on the private equity side as well. So that's beneficial. And I'm sure it helps you to see it when you look at it yourself.
And Mr. Co-Chair, one other thing, that I know through the summer at various meetings and at the investors conference, we talked about getting some type of an independent audit to come in, look over your practices, make sure we're doing best practices, and, aligning up your, I think that would assist in telling us, yeah, they need more accountants here. Yeah, you need this here, and this is what this is what ought to be done. So if you think about that, if you can put together maybe a proposed type of what you would like to have, and submit that to Dawn on types of an audit that we can then add to the budget and we can make the recommendation on how to do it. I'd like to see that. Because we want to, it's just, to me, it's just a good thing to do. It'll help you, it'll help us, it will, it's just a useful.
Mr.
I've
Chairman.
told my IT people that they're gonna make sure that we keep all records that are available and nothing's gonna be wiped off of any server or anything else. We're gonna keep everything we've got and everything that we've had.
Sure, and then the whole point is to make us, actually make you operate better and more efficiently and more, and any way that it can improve your operations, that's what we want to do. We're not here to point fingers, we're not here to do anything other than say, okay, let's figure this thing out, and so that next year you come back here and you go, wow, look at us, look at this.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kinski.
If I may, so I'd like to follow up. The Vice Chair was asking questions about the immediate problem of tying things out. I'd like to circle back around to the larger process, if that's what you're talking about with the audit, not just on the investments, but the far less interesting but still critical process of once the money comes out, getting it fed into WOOFs and get it fed into all these different accounting systems. And I'm going back to the prior treasurer when we first started talking about this whole process, that there's the back room is, and correct me if I'm wrong here, the back room consists of your investments, but then there's also this whole function of feeding all of this data into the various. And as we know, it's complex, it's complicated. And I thought we heard at one point that it comes down to one spreadsheet that gets crosswalked into a whole number of entries. We've spent a whole lot of time talking about investments here, but where are we on the less sexy part of just this accounting and operations back room? And maybe that's the audit you're talking about, Representative Nicholas, is not of the investments, but just the best practices in terms of the less interesting raw accounting, bookkeeping, and distribution. Where are we on that, or is that fixed?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I think it's actually both. I think that you've got two types of audit that we want to look at. One is essentially a performance audit that looks at best practices. we've got, I think we've made some good decisions on the accounting software and the investment software that we've sourced so far. But there's going to be at least a phase 2 of that, to where we go from that software that's going to work, very well, I think, for the investment side, and it's going to give us some electronic feeds to go into our accounting and our distribution sides. And that's part of the things that we're doing in restructuring. We're going to have essentially a distribution side, and Jennie is heading that up, and then we've got a person to be named later on the investment side. And I know that we're going at with a 12 there, and really to get the person that I've seen in the private sector, it probably would, you almost have to have a 13, if not a 14, to get somebody that could walk in first day and make a difference. So, we're stuck with what we have. We got a 12, and we'll have to hire somebody that's got the capacity to make a difference over a period of time and be trained. Because we don't have the money to hire somebody that's going to make that capacity or that change the first day. But I'd say we're about somewhere between 60 and 70%. Will be an extremely detailed audit, so we can actually find out, what's gone on in the near distant or the near past, and what direction we need to go.
Mr. Chairman, and just follow on if I may. So this discussion about the non-investment part, just the bookkeeping, the accounting, the feeding, of getting all the distributions done.
Yeah.
As a priority, is that in here in this budget? We spent all our time talking about 3 investment advisors. Is this other function in here?
It's partially in there. I think the positions are in there currently, and that's some of the B11 stuff that we've done over the course of the year, and that took us from the end of August to just recently to get one of those in, and we're still working on the other one. And so, we'll be fully staffed with the positions. Now, we won't have an accounting software package that will be, a plug and play, because this will be a customized software, it has to be because of all the different entities that we have. And I would say that you're looking out, people have told me implementation of 2.5 years. I think we're going to try to get it down to slightly over a year, I think. Hopefully by this time next year, which would be about a year and in 3 to 4 months, that we'd have everything running fairly smoothly. And I'd like to be able to go out on RFP for the rest of the software package sometime by June.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay,
Mr. Chairman?
go ahead.
Thank you. Senator Kinski, so I think what you were getting at is maybe where is it in the budget? How are we funding it? And it is contemplated to be funded, that's the Clearwater contract so Clearwater, the front end of our business is considered the investment team. That's the so-called sexy part in our business. The accounting is not, like, is the, the fat friend, I guess. So she is going to be, they're actually, Clearwater has agreed to do our accounting build out of the system for no charge, because they're attempting to get into this space in the market. And so in the future, we will have maintenance charges for that accounting system, but they aren't charging us development costs. So we are spending money on Clearwater for the support of our risk and our analytics in the investment team, and we're getting that up and running, and they will be working on development of our accounting software in conjunction. So once we have that stood up, then they're already actually working on the accounting.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, just quickly, first of all, Don, thank you for this. It made that whole budget look a lot easier, so thank you. And then on your vacant position that has been partially rated, is that, I assume what we have down is that you have basically an annual salary estimated with benefits, a position of 12 months open, 71,644, is that correct? Is that vacancy still vacant?
Mr. Chairman, Representative
money's
Summers,
still there.
position 7, that's the one to which you're referring, is that
Yep.
correct? Mhm. So that is still vacant. That is the one that we had thought about repurposing, reclassifying for legal assistance. But once we started moving folks around, we found out we had some capacity, like I was talking about, within one of our other positions. So actually, that position, we have not pursued reclassification of that, and actually don't plan to hire it. Now, the general fund we have used within our budget to be able to support some different position moves. We reclassified our HR manager when we came on board, which required additional salary and general funding. So we used vacancy money and from this position to do that. So we are not planning to fill that position, and we are using the general fund to help support funding of other positions.
Follow up, you're using all of the general fund money?
No, Mr. Chairman, not all of it, but some of it. I think, let me see, I have a worksheet I prepared. But
So the amount there is 77,000 is still there of general fund money?
Mr. Chairman.
71,000.
The budgeted amount, but cash, I bet I'd say we have about half of that commitment for funding of other generally funded positions.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I add one more thing, and I'll be brief? On this worksheet that I gave you, you might notice, but there's still an accountant left in Unit 0101, and this process of preparing this worksheet is what alerted, I found one that I missed. And that position is 0022, a principal accountant in Unit 0101. And you can see that person just stays in that first column the whole time. She really shouldn't be there. She should be moved to 0602. So I was going to, Treasurer's going to send you a letter and request that so that you have a formal request, as is the process. And in that letter, we can also include your request for an amount for maybe a process/procedure performance audit that you requested, and we'll just put that in the same letter if that, or just ask.
I thought you put that in to see if we catch it. Representative Summers was responsible for that, and he missed it.
Mr. Chairman, I bet he didn't. I bet he was just being nice to me.
Maybe I was responsible and I missed it. Okay, well, anything else you have? Mr. Treasurer, Don, Patrick, anything else?
Thank you so much.
You know, it's interesting, we sit here and it's some great discussion and some things we really need to take a hard look at, but what a problem to have of having 21, now it's almost $22 billion to invest. And you look at a lot of our sister states, they'd love to be in the position that Wyoming's in. So, good job, thanks for being here. We appreciate all the information, the hard work, and I can see a lot of discussion in terms of what we do with, you know, how we allocate the difference between the governor and you and how we work all that out. So, anything else, Mr. Co-Chair? Thank you.
And I just say that, you know, we want to take this slow. If you look at these other sovereign wealth funds and stuff, you know, they're huge departments. We think we want to inch our way into it. We thought 3 was a good number to inch.
Is it like walk before you run? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. I guess if I was, you know, was going to ask for everything we possibly could ask for, you know, I'd snap my fingers and we'd be a combination of New Zealand and South Dakota, and it'd all be done. But no, we better make sure we got all our ducks in a row first, and that's what we want to do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. With that, okay, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the committee, I think we have about completed day one, and it's, oh my goodness, 5:15 is all. Don, is there anything else we need to try to take care of today?
No, Mr. Chairman. Tomorrow you have on the agenda the judiciary, the courts, the Law Examiners Board, the Commission on Judicial Ethics, the DAs in Casper and Cheyenne, and to close out with the public defender.
So we're going to court tomorrow. Well, we have 3 very qualified members of that profession to lead us on that path, and one of them will be chairing the committee tomorrow. So anything else, members of the committee? Okay, with that, we are, if I can get my little gavel out here, adjourned until 8 a.m. tomorrow. You got one?
I have to start at 8, sorry.